Chapter 372. Yi Qian, who had a photographic memory, recognized Teacher Tong. After a while, the two of them started chatting happily. On the other side, Principal Chun and Xia Jinyuan were already shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. On the other side, Teacher Tong was already asking about Yi Qian. She was a very kind teacher. At 50 years old, she had a pair of gentle but stern eyes. She asked about everything from Yi Qian's life to his studies to his personal problems. Teacher Tong also liked the quiet and strong student in front of her very much. She smiled the entire time and said, "All of us have looked at your test papers. Not only can you keep up with the class, you can even directly enter the 3rd year of high school. Class will officially start tomorrow. You will enter the classroom with me and give a simple self-introduction. I will also give you a list of your classmates in advance. You can look at it in advance. But don't worry, the arts and science classes have been separated. Our class is also a new class." She had once met an extremely unreliable form teacher who even wanted to destroy a student for his own selfish reasons. Then she looked at the teacher in front of her, who was always considerate of her students. They were both teachers, but the difference in their ethics was like heaven and earth. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Thank you for your concern. I don't have many difficulties in life, but if there is anything I don't understand in my studies, I will need your help." The more polite she was, the more the teacher liked her. Good. You are indeed a good student. Then come to the office later and get the list of your classmates for me." Teacher Tong gently patted the back of Yi Qian's hand. She stood up and said to Principal Chow, "Principal Chow, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first." Yi Qian had met such a virtuous teacher in high school. He could already foresee that her high school life, which she had never experienced before, would definitely be colorful. After Teacher Tong left, Principal Chow walked out from behind his desk and sat down in the meeting room. He looked at Yi Qian with a slightly serious expression. "There is something I need to tell you in advance. You have to be mentally prepared before you go to the classroom tomorrow." For some reason, Yi Qian instinctively looked at Xia Jinyuan. It was as if looking at him would make him feel more at ease. Coincidentally, Xia Jinyuan, who didn't know what was going on, also looked over. Their eyes met across Principal Chun for a moment, and Yi Qian hurriedly looked away when Xia Jinyuan gave him a playful smile. Why was she looking at him out of nowhere? Yi Qian, who had been caught red-handed, felt a little annoyed. He collected himself and asked calmly, "Please speak. I'm listening." Ying is also in the provincial first high school. You know that, right? Principal Chow didn't lay out any foreplay. Instead, he went straight to the point. "My original intention was to put you in Class 6. It's a class where the learning atmosphere isn't too tense, and the class teacher in charge of Class 2 isn't too bad either." But after Teacher Tong saw the name of the class, she defeated the heroes and won you over to her class. Because of this, the class teacher in charge of Class 6 still has some opinions about Teacher Tong. The reason why he used the phrase defeated the heroes was because Teacher Tong had already argued with the school leaders. She also tried to convince the class teacher to let Yi Qian go to Class 1. For some reason, the class teacher in charge of Class 6 actually agreed to let Yi Qian go to Class 1. By the time she realized what had happened, it was already a foregone conclusion. Teacher Tong has taught 12 graduating classes. She has 24 years of experience as a class teacher. With her as your class teacher, I can rest assured. The only thing I am worried about is that you will be in the same class as Yi Ying. Chapter 373. That was the reason why Principal Chow couldn't say that he wanted to transfer Yi Qian to the 6th class. Yi Qian, who thought it was a big deal, laughed and said, "It doesn't matter if we're in the same class or not in the same school. So what if we're in the same class? It's not a big deal. I think it's not that I don't want to see her. She should be the one who doesn't want to see me." Xia Jinyuan laughed as well. It was indeed not a big deal, but his handsome face tensed up slightly, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. He had to be careful. It seemed that he had to trouble his strong female cousin. Looking at the time, it was already 10 in the morning. Remembering that he had something to do at noon, Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Uncle Chun, I've successfully completed my task, but I still have something to take care of, so I won't be able to accompany you for lunch. Goodbye." As he spoke, he stood up. His tall and slender body made the three people sitting in front of him look down at him. When Yi Jian saw his handsome chin, the memory of him asking her to wipe the sweat on her neck flashed through her mind. Her expression was a little unnatural. When his gaze landed on her, Yi Qian, who had finally relaxed, suddenly tensed up. She quickly stood up and said, "Then I'll see Captain Xia out. Uncle Chun, Principal Chow, I'll go look for Teacher Tong later. I'll also go back to the dormitory to pack my luggage." Xia Jinyuan was a little surprised that she took the initiative to see him out. Then, she pushed him out of the office. When he heard her slam the door shut like a thief, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. He seemed to understand why she took the initiative. "Why do I feel like something bad is going to happen when I hear you laugh?" Yi Jian's ears were a little red. Just now, she was afraid that he would say something like, "See you tonight, little fox," again. In a moment of desperation, she didn't care too much. She pushed his back with both hands and impolitely left the office. At this moment, Yi Jian's hands, which were still warm from his body temperature, were placed behind her back. Her fingers moved unnaturally. Yi Jian knew that her face was burning to the point that even her ears were red. Unnaturally, she stubbornly met his gaze. Her pupils clearly reflected his exquisitely sculpted, handsome face. Perhaps the school was a place that was filled with innocence and made it easy for people to calm down. Yi Jian suddenly realized that the eyes of the man whom she had not seen for more than a year were darker than before. They were as dark as a bottomless abyss. She looked at the pair of eyes that were as vast as the sea. They could hold the world and everything in it. Time had been kind to him. It did not leave any traces on his jade-like handsome face, but it had imperceptibly increased his aura. Back then, he had a piercingly cold aura that made all living things in the forest crawl. Now, there was a layer of profoundness on top of that. When he raised his eyes, the light that burst out from his eyes was unstoppable, with a might that made people unable to disobey. He was a soldier who had cultivated the prestige of the nation and made people tremble in fear. Is this a gift or not? Why? Are you still thinking about whether you want to go back on your word? She just stared at him with her beautiful brows furrowed. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and stroked her brows with his warm fingertips. "Why do you frown so much at such a young age? Be careful that you don't get wrinkles between your brows before you get old." He was so quick that Yi Qian only had time to tilt her head slightly. Because she was too engrossed in looking at him, his fingers stroked her brows. Chapter 374. His warm fingers miraculously smoothed her furrowed brows. She tilted her head, took a step to the side, and escaped from his gentle touch. Yi Qian, whose mouth was a little dry, said calmly, "Captain Xia, don't you have other things to do? Let's go. I have to go to Teacher Tong's office later." Like a frightened deer, she only wanted to leave the hunting area as soon as possible. Xia Jinyuan, who saw her unnatural behavior and escape, smiled faintly and walked down the stairs leisurely. The car did not stop at the campus. Instead, it stopped at the entrance of the campus. After they got downstairs, Xia Jinyuan said lazily, "I left a gift for you in the car and forgot to take it. Little girl, you have to accompany me to the school gate." He easily blocked Yi Qian's excuse of only walking him downstairs, so she had no choice but to follow him obediently. Xia Jinyuan could be said to be self-taught when it came to creating more time for each other. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the sun was already quite bright. Groups of students came and went in the school. Parents carried boxes, mats, buckets, and boxes, and the whole school was bustling with activity. No matter how hot the weather was, it could not take away the smiles on everyone's faces. The scenery at the school was very beautiful. After all, it was a famous school with 100 years of history, so the scenery was incomparable to that of ordinary schools. When Yi Qian saw Xia Jinyuan stop by a broken wall, her heart tightened. She pretended not to see him and continued to walk forward. Xia Jinyuan looked at her hurried back and laughed. How much did this sly little fox not want to spend another minute with him? What should she do? She didn't want to, but she couldn't stop him from wanting to. One walked in a hurry, while the other walked unhurriedly, taking advantage of his long legs. Fortunately, it was the registration day, so the students and parents who came and went were only concerned with their own things and did not pay much attention to them. Otherwise, one was handsome, and the other was beautiful. Who knew how much attention they would receive? Later, I'll go see Teacher Tong with Dad and ask her out for a meal tonight. You'll be assigned to Key Class 1. You must have a good relationship with the class teacher. A familiar voice with a completely different tone drifted out from the crowd. Yi Qian, who had been hurrying along, stopped in his tracks. He stood under the shade of a tree and swept his cold gaze over. She saw Yi Zhifan carrying his luggage and walking past her with Ying in tow. Behind them, Sun Dongqing was talking to a few of her classmates' mothers. She couldn't help but feel proud of herself. As for Ying, he had not seen her for more than a year, and she had grown a lot taller. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a light blue denim dress. In terms of appearance, her temperament was much better than that of her classmates. Another thing was that she was much fairer than she was in her previous life. It was true that whiteness could cover up all ugliness. She looked much prettier than before. He was in the same class. Very good. He was back to his junior high school life. Fortunately, he didn't meet Teacher Ko. Yi Qian smiled coldly and looked away. At the same time, Xia Jinyuan walked up and said, "At least you have the conscience to wait for me." It seemed to be another beautiful misunderstanding. His tall figure happened to block Sun Dongqing's unintentional gaze. Yi Ying's mother, what are you looking at? Your Ying is waiting for you in front. One of the parents greeted her warmly and said with a hint of flattery, "I didn't expect my daughter to be in the same class as Ying again. Ying, please guide her in the future, especially." Chapter 375. Amidst the compliments, Sun Dongqing retracted her gaze and smiled. It's my duty, it's my duty. Could it be that her eyes were playing tricks on her? Why did it seem like? She just saw Yi Qian, that wretched girl. She must be seeing things. How could that wretched girl appear in a century-old school? Bah, with how she disdained even dogs. It would be strange if the provincial high school recruited her. After walking a few steps away, Xia Jinyuan, who was blocking her line of sight, discreetly turned back to look at the plump woman. His eyes narrowed dangerously. They bumped into each other on the first day of school. It seemed that Little Fox would have to continue to battle of wits and courage with this family in high school. Fortunately, Little Fox was not one to be taken advantage of. Subduing Ying in school was a small matter. The car was scorched by the sun. When the car door opened, a wave of heat hit them in the face. Yi Qian was forced to take a few steps back from the heat. She quickly grabbed Xia Jinyuan, who was bending over to get into the car. "Wait a minute, it's too hot." Her grab was a little too forceful. Xia Jinyuan was focused on his upper body, so he did not expect her to use so much force. With her forceful pull, his entire body actually fell into Yi Qian's arms. Xia Jinyuan, who rarely watched romance dramas, knew that this kind of action was usually done by the man, and the woman should be the one to fall. It was definitely not like his role had been reversed. The situation before him had developed into something he did not want to see the most. Fortunately, he had good waist strength. With Yi Qian's timely reaction, he used the force of her arm to stand up. With lightning speed, he successfully hugged Yi Qian as a support and forcefully turned the situation around. Yi Qian could only be dumbfounded. She really did not know that in a moment of desperation, she had pulled a major so hard that he almost fell into her arms. Afraid that he would embarrass himself, she hurriedly raised her hand and blocked with her arm. Meeting Xia Jinyuan, this nemesis, Yi Qian sometimes felt anxious about her own intelligence. What was she trying to block with her arm? Wasn't he waiting for her to take the initiative to hug him? The moment Yi Qian stretched out his arm, he regretted it. Just as he was feeling a little regretful, what happened next made him even more regretful. Xia Jinyuan was so skillful that he managed to turn what was supposed to be an embarrassing situation into a situation where he hugged her tightly and pressed his entire body against hers. She was trying her best to straighten her body to prevent both of them from falling, while he was trying his best to hug himself tightly to prevent both of them from falling. From an unexpected beginning to an unexpected end, although the process was dangerous, there was an unexpected and pleasant ending. Xia Jinyuan did not let go immediately. He was a man, a mature man. It was normal for him to be reluctant to let go of the little fox in his arms. That was close. I almost made a fool of myself today. Xia Jinyuan whispered into her ear in a frightened tone. Little girl, you're quite strong. I was just getting into the car to get something. You didn't have to use so much strength as if you were trying to save me. Actually, if it was any other time, it would not have been possible. The main reason was that he was not on guard at the time. I didn't do it on purpose. I just used a little more strength than usual. Yiqian was also quite frightened. Being held in his arms, he did not know what to do. His arms were wide open and completely. He did not dare to place them on any part of his body. Chapter 376. She blushed and panicked. All she could do was apologize. I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Captain Xia, if you stand firm, it'll be troublesome. Let go of my hand. It's a little hot, and there are so many people watching. It's quite embarrassing. Hugging was embarrassing in Yi Qian's eyes, but Xia Jinyuan felt as if an arrow had pierced his heart. How could it be embarrassing? It wasn't hot either. Her body was very cold, and there was not a trace of sweat on it. The fragrance that he had smelled in the morning was still there, and it was so cool that it seemed to have washed away the heat. Also, the benefits of growing taller came. In the past, he had to bend down to hug her, but now he only needed to slightly tighten his chest and use a comfortable posture to hug her completely in his arms. They met when she was 14 years old. 2 years had passed, and at 16 years old, she had already grown into a slender and elegant girl who would make any boy infatuated with her. Captain Xia, hurry and stand up. Yiqian, who was feeling hot all over, couldn't help but poke his firm back with a finger. His muscles were lean and tight, and even if he poked with a finger, he could feel the hidden strength in his body. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and took a deep breath next to her neck. Then, he stood up as usual and looked at the embarrassed Yiqian with a half-smile. He sighed and said, I almost fell down. Little fox, you're deliberately trying to embarrass me, aren't you? No. Yiqian quickly shook his head and explained seriously. I didn't mean anything else. I just felt that it was too hot in the car, and you would feel uncomfortable in it, so I didn't think too much about it and pulled you up. The only thing I miscalculated was my strength. Also, I didn't expect Captain Xia to not be on guard at all. After explaining, his face turned even redder. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to leave anymore. His clear voice deepened, and it was as intoxicating as red wine. You were so worried about me? Huh? His voice dragged out, and it was like a lingering drunken kiss, filled with a sexy aftertaste. It's not that I'm worried, but I think it can wait. Fortunately, Yi Qian's state of mind was stable. Faced with Xia Jinyuan's teasing, he immediately responded, Captain Xia, please don't think too much. She was cute when she was alert, cute when she was shy, and cute when she was angry. In short, the more he looked at her, the more he loved her. The more he loved her, the more he looked. Instead of getting any closer, Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and rubbed her head with a smile. He pointed at the car and asked, Comrade Yi Qian, may I ask if I can get into the car to pick up my present for you? She was his comrade in arms, and their statuses were equal. If she remembered him, she would recognize him as her comrade in arms. The word comrade sounded better than any other beautiful words. Yi Qian's eyes curved like crescent moons. Comrade, please get in the car. Make sure there's no problem. Her serious answer made Xia Jinyuan laugh again. This was a dangerous yet elegant man. He was also a strategist. He was a man who exuded nobility from head to toe. He wouldn't be too far away from you, but he would always be a step away from you that you couldn't get close to. His etiquette was impeccable, but you knew very well that this wasn't because he was close to you, but because of his upbringing. When he smiled, he was very gentle and stunning, but the luxurious aura he exuded didn't change at all. This was a man of a certain status. Seeing him smile, Yi Qian couldn't help but smile. His smile, made her feel very comfortable. It was warm, without a trace of aggression. It was very sincere and warm. Chapter 377. The gifts he gave her still books, 3 thick books. Yi Jian took them and laughed. Poor books. They're almost burning from the roasting. Thank you, Captain Xia. I like them very much. There is no gift more precious than books, not to mention the military books that she liked. It's good that you like them. Read them carefully. I'll mail you some professional military books on time. As for the books in the library, you could take a look at the famous generals. Xiao Jinyuan had already started the car and turned on the air conditioner so that the heat inside would dissipate faster. Looking at the biography, I recommend the famous World War II General Montgomery. He liked to bet with the soldiers and soldiers in the army. He won the right to command a U.S. bomber, including all the crew members. The Battle of El Alamein reversed the situation in North Africa. He was known as the Rat of the Desert. He was also a general who would cry for his soldiers. He shed tears for the young soldiers who had fought bloody battles and sacrificed their lives for the country. Also, Little Fox, you are very similar to him. General Montgomery did not enjoy motherly love since he was a child, but that did not stop him from becoming a famous general. Yi Qian was fascinated as he listened. He remembered it and nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go to the library to look for books about this general. If you can't find them, I can send them to you next time. The heat in the car had completely dissipated. Xiao Jinyuan saw that more than 10 minutes had passed. He had to leave no matter how reluctant he was. Go back to school. I'm leaving. He was a straightforward person. He bent slightly and stepped into the car. He put down the car window and told Yi Qian, I have 3 days off. Little Fox, you can make the arrangements tonight. Goodbye. He put down the handbrake, stepped on the gas, and drove away without waiting for Yi Qian's reply. He did not tell Yi Qian why he had to read books about General Montgomery. It was because this was a general who married late. He only met his beloved wife at the age of 38 and married at the age of 40. He said, As a soldier, I am loyal to my country. As a man, I will not betray my love. This sentence moved Churchill, and he saluted the general. All this required Yi Qian to read and understand in detail why he recommended this book. The car left, leaving behind the smell of gasoline. With his sensitive nose, Yi Qian waved his hand and smiled as he watched the car disappear from his sight. Only then did he turn around and walk back to school. I'm sorry, but are you a student of the province's #1 middle school? A courteous voice came from behind. Yi Qian turned around and looked at the man in front of him. His facial features were exceptionally refined, and even his eyes conveyed that he was a scholar. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly filtered through the memories stored in his brain. He immediately recognized that this was the man he had seen through the glass wall at the breakfast shop in the morning. At that time, she was still thinking that this man was like a poem. No matter where he stood, he was like a painting. I am. Is there anything I can help you with? Yi Qian replied with a smile. I'll try my best to help you. The corners of the man's mouth immediately curled up, and he let out a long sigh of relief. I'm very sorry, but I need you to lead the way. I want to go to Principal Chow's place, but my sense of direction is very bad. I clearly walked through the school gates, but after walking around once, I ended up walking out of the school grounds. Yi Qian wanted to laugh, but it would be rude to laugh in front of this man. You want to see Principal Chow, right? I could take you there, but I'll have to trouble you to register with the security guards and then make a phone call. Chapter 378. He was looking for the principal, not a teacher, so he had to go through the formalities. No need, no need. I can contact him now. When the man heard this, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After a while, he smiled and said, Uncle, I'm at the entrance of your school. Can one of your students please take me there? Yes, I met a girl at the entrance. The girl is quite vigilant. She needs me to register at the school security office and give you a call to confirm. Why don't you let her know? Uncle, Principal Chow actually had such a big nephew. After Yi Qian confirmed it, he led this man who had an unusually bad sense of direction into the office building. From his appearance and temperament, he didn't look like someone who would get lost easily. When Principal Chow heard that it was her, he immediately said, Student Yi Qian, you must You must seriously lead my nephew to the office building like he's a pet dog and send him to my office. He has no sense of direction. He's so bad that he can get lost at a crossroad. He can't remember more than 200 meters away. But you can't underestimate him. He's a genius who can speak 8 languages. He's the darling of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He's much more precious than a pet dog. Please don't lose him. After holding it in for a long time, Yiqian finally couldn't hold back his laughter when Principal Chow said, like he's a pet dog. Luckily, it was just a laugh, and he managed to hold back his laughter with the qualities of a soldier. He took another look at the man who always walked faster than him. He had a strong aura, and he was always one step faster than others. This was a man who was used to walking in front of others. He was also a man who wasn't used to waiting for others. His elegance was only on the surface, but he was also a strong and restrained man. This kind of man was actually born with no sense of direction. He could speak 8 languages, the darling of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Wrong. We should have turned right. Sir, you turn left. The man who was walking in an imposing manner suddenly took a step forward and walked in another direction. Yi Jian quickly ran to catch up with him. This way, we'll reach the bishop's building. That's where the office building is. The man's movements were very natural. It was obvious that he often did this kind of thing. He turned around and smiled apologetically, sorry for the trouble. He was very gentlemanly. His apology was as smooth as flowing water, poetic and beautiful. No need, it's my job. Yi Qian couldn't accept the frequent apologies and signaled for him to turn right. He took the initiative to follow behind. Seeing that they were about to reach the office building, the man's expensive mobile phone rang. Even the way he held the phone seemed to have undergone strict training. He took it out calmly and elegantly and used the standard Mandarin of a television anchor to greet, "Hello." The change in expression and tone only took a second. The gentle-looking man just now still had a smile on his face, and even his tone didn't change. He said with a smile that was as gentle as the wind, "In other words, now you need me to come forward and pay for your mistakes. Saying that you haven't interacted with him before is an excuse for you to make mistakes, right? Or do you think that these mistakes can be made up for and that it doesn't matter?" His smile and tone didn't change, but his aura changed imperceptibly. It was deep, cold, and serious. It was as if he was a huge wave under an iceberg, and no one knew when it would break out of the ice. Chapter 379. Yi Qian didn't care about these things. What she cared about was, you can talk, but you don't have to turn left as you talk. Yi Qian had no choice but to block the man's way and use her actions to remind him, "You're going the wrong way." A man at work was very serious, and a man who was angry was not to be trifled with. However, a man who was in the middle of a scolding suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. He raised his eyes and glared at Yi Jian with a stern look. The smile on his handsome face was still shallow, but it was no longer poetic and elegant. There was only thunderous hostility. Yi Qian didn't move. She promised Principal Chow that she would be responsible for sending this person to the office. She had to keep her promise. This was her integrity. The man frowned and didn't turn around. Instead, he walked past Yi Qian and continued to turn left, walking in the opposite direction of the office building. Looking at his back, Yi Qian suddenly understood how Captain Xia felt when she chased him away. Fortunately, he was well-educated and didn't turn hostile. Take a look at yourself. It's just that you're a little lacking in temperament. Seeing this person in front of you makes you want to fall out with him. It was almost 11 o'clock. Thinking that she still had to look for Teacher Tong, Yi Qian sighed and had no choice but to catch up with him. Once again, she stood in front of the man. You can only bear the consequences of your own mistakes. No one can pay for your mistakes. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a matter of the country. From the moment you stand beside the leader, you are shouldering the honor and dignity of the country. It was this sentence that instantly extinguished the fire in Yi Qian's heart. She didn't disturb him anymore. Under the man's sharp gaze, she made way for him and allowed him to turn left as he spoke. After turning a few meters away, the man's Mandarin changed into a foreign language that she had never heard before. It was fluent and firm, but he maintained his politeness. It seemed like he was communicating but he definitely maintained his dignity. This was a serious and unhurried communication for the sake of his country's dignity. Time passed bit by bit. Although the man was at the end of his road, he was definitely a person who could find beautiful scenery and make himself comfortable. 10 minutes later, he turned to the side of Swan Lake and sat on a long stone bench by the lake. He still used the same polite and dignified way of communicating in a great country. Yi Qian did not sit next to him. Instead, he stood quietly behind him, waiting to save him in time if he did not look where he was going and walked directly into Swan Lake. Fortunately, nothing like that happened until the end of the call. After the man hung up the phone, he did not stand up immediately. Instead, he sat there, exuding a cold and unapproachable aura. He sat there quietly for 5 minutes. Yi Qian saw him raise his head and take a deep breath, seemingly exhausted. He rubbed his face and stood up. After reprimanding the translator from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and communicating with the German engineer, Xianxia finally realized where he was after he calmed down. Then, he was completely confused and didn't know where he was going. Also, the girl from the provincial first high school who was following behind him just now, the girl he saw in the morning, the girl who stunned him for a long time, was also gone. "Hello, are you done with your work? If you're done, I'll take you to see Principal Chow now." Yi Qian spoke calmly from behind him without a trace of impatience. 37 minutes have passed. I'm sure Principal Chow has been waiting for a long time. Chapter 380. The phone call lasted for a total of 37 minutes. It was not far from 12 o'clock. Xianxia turned around with a smile on his handsome face. He apologized naturally and politely. "Sorry for making you wait for so long. And just now my attitude wasn't very good. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Yi Qian just wanted to send this Buddha away." Even sending a 3-year-old home wasn't this tiring. She wasn't angry at all, which meant that she really didn't care. Xianxia pursed his lips and walked over. He sighed in his heart. "Sigh, this is the first time we met. My impression of you is too bad. I have to fix it." As a staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Xianxia was very good at diplomacy. He quickly found a way to fix it. "We met this morning. Do you remember me?" He reached out his hand. His fingers were long and slender, and his fingers were clean and beautiful. "I'm Xianxia. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time." Yi Qian, who didn't like physical contact, only hesitated for a minute and a half before finally reaching out her hand. He was Principal Chow's nephew. Xianxia could tell from her half a second of hesitation that the student in front of him didn't like physical contact. He immediately released her hand within 3 seconds and maintained his smile. "I don't know my way around. My sense of direction is always left or right. It's like my brain is separated from my body. I always make the wrong choice." It took courage to openly admit one's mistakes to a stranger. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. He said calmly, "No one is perfect, but Mr. Qin's sense of direction. It's true that you should have someone by your side at all times." Implicitly keeping unspoken words also represented a person's self-restraint. Xianxia's smile deepened. Just as he was about to speak, the phone in his hand vibrated. He first said, "Sorry." Then he looked down at his phone. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly again. He said to Yi Qian, "It took us almost 40 minutes to get to the office from the school gate. My uncle probably thinks I've gone missing." His clean fingers pressed the answer button. He said in a cool and elegant voice, "I'm at the school Swan Lake." "HM? Her? Still here. Okay, I'll be right there. I'm begging you, please don't work while walking. Yi Qian still has things to do, so I can't let her follow you around the school." Principal Chow felt that his hair had turned a lot whiter in the past half an hour. It turned out that her name was Yi Qian. It was a very simple name that could be easily memorized after being recited once. Around noon, Xianxia did not receive any more calls, and Yi Qian finally sent him to his office without a hitch. Principal Chow was already waiting for him at the door. When he saw him, he quickly walked up to him and said, "Why didn't you bring your entourage? If you go missing in such a big provincial capital, how am I going to explain it to your mother?" When Yi Qian noticed that something was wrong with his expression, he had already left quietly. A person who was being scolded would not want someone else to watch while they were being scolded, so he knew better than to leave. I took a work call and lost track of time. Xianxia did not take it to heart. Because he was not good with directions, he had countless entourages since he was young. In the past, he had no choice, but now he did not like it. He changed the topic without leaving a trace. I still have to think. He turned around to thank Yi Qian, but he realized that the girl who was supposed to be behind him had already left. Chapter 381. She left a long time ago. You're lucky to have met her. She's a very responsible girl. She accompanied you for more than 40 minutes at noon. Principal Chow saw that he was still wearing a bow tie and knew that he had rushed over after finishing his work. Go sit down and relax. I'll arrange a car so we can go out for lunch. What's your schedule in the afternoon? If not, you can go back to the hotel to rest or go out to play. But you have to bring your entourage. Xianxia looked away and smiled at his uncle's nagging. Okay, I'll be careful. I want to walk around your school in the afternoon. It's fine if I don't go out. This century-old school has beautiful scenery. If I'm tired, I can sit down and relax. As long as I don't walk out of the school, you don't have to worry. Other than his poor sense of direction, Principal Chow was not worried about anything else. Okay, school just started and I have a lot of things to do. You can walk around the school. When are you flying back to Beijing? The day after tomorrow. I'm not going back to Beijing. I'm going to Germany with the delegation. As a staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Xianxia was rarely in China. He was either abroad or on the plane. Yi Qian pushed open the door and entered the teacher's office. Compared to the 30 degrees outside, the coolness inside swept away the heat. Come, sit here. This is Teacher Zhu's desk in our class. Teacher Tong waved her hand and gestured for Yi Qian to sit at the desk next to her. She pointed at the file on the desk and looked at the time. She smiled kindly. The roster is here. Take a look at it yourself. I'm not done with my work yet. I'll go to the cafeteria at 12:30. Okay. Yi Qian smiled and nodded. Okay, you don't have to worry about me. The teachers were very busy on the first day of school. Teacher Tong was the only one in the big office who had not gotten off work for lunch. Yi Qian gently took the roster out of the file and opened it to look at it carefully. The first few lists were the top students. When he flipped to the 15th page, Yi Ying's photo came into view. Not bad. Not only did her skin become fairer, but her handwriting also improved. He looked at her strengths. Dancing, English. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled playfully. It seemed that she had been working hard on English for the past year or so. She wasn't surprised. In her previous life, when Ying came back from studying abroad, she spoke fluent English in front of her. She didn't know if she would do that in high school. After all, in her previous life, she had only studied in junior high and never sat in class again. Sitting beside Teacher Zhu's desk, Yi Qian flipped through the list page by page. After scanning through the names and photos, he finished flipping through all 60 names within 10 minutes and memorized them. The provincial first high school was indeed a century-old school, and Class 1 was the best of the best. However, there are also some students with poor grades. Resources needed to be allocated reasonably, and the school couldn't put all the good students in the second class into one class. It can only be said that the average score of the first class was higher than the other classes. When Teacher Tong was done with her work, she looked up and saw Yi Qian flipping through a high school math textbook. She glanced at the roster that was still in its original place and smiled at the girl who was engrossed in her book. Why are you reading a textbook? Take a look at the roster. There are photos in it. You can also get to know your classmates. She thought that Yi Qian wasn't flipping through the book. I've finished looking through the roster. I didn't want to disturb you because you were busy, so I picked up Teacher Zhu's textbook to take a look. Yi Qian closed the math textbook that the teacher had prepared for class. She didn't tell the teacher about her relationship with Yi Ying. Chapter 382. When she was working, Teacher Tong wore a pair of plain glasses tied with a black string. She took off her glasses and looked at Yi Qian with a slight smile. It seems like you intentionally hid your true strength during last year's intensive training. Yi Qian, you know how to hide your true strength. That's really rare. To be able to remember the names and faces of 60 students, including herself, was not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, she had never encountered someone like that in all her years of teaching. Furthermore, She was also curious as to how a girl who had just turned 16 in May could maintain a calm heart that was calmer than an adult's, restrain her sharpness, and walk down the path step by step in a solid manner. Yiqian rarely talked about her family matters. Faced with Teacher Tong's inquiry, she thought for a moment before taking out her own registration form. She pointed to her parents' column and said with a slightly restrained voice, "I'm different from the other students here. I have to know how to protect myself." Sometimes, hiding one's true strength doesn't mean that one is weak. Hiding one's true strength is also a form of self-protection. Furthermore, as long as I can maintain a certain level, not be too abrupt, and not drop the ball at critical moments, I should be able to get along better with my classmates in class. This was Yi Qian's way of survival in both lifetimes. It was also the way to get along with others, especially with students. In an environment where there was competition, hidden strength, and even small groups, it was a good thing to hide one's true strength. Her words left Teacher Tong speechless for a long time. After a while, she sighed. "Yiqian, I just want to say that I have no regrets in my teaching career for the past few decades to have a student like you before I retire. However, child, you have to remember that the fittest survive. This is one of the mottos of century-old famous schools. Here, the competition begins the moment you step foot into this school. It's the same with academic results, especially in Class 1, where results speak louder than words. Your good grades may attract jealousy, but you have to remember that there is another side to human nature, and that is admiration for the strong." Teacher Tong was a virtuous teacher. She did not want to see Yiqian suppress her true strength to accommodate others. She should not hide her true strength at such a young age. Young people should live a carefree and unrestrained life, unrestrained and unrestrained. If they still had to be careful in school, they would have to be even more careful when they step out into society. Society is a big environment, and there's nothing wrong with being careful. However, school is different. This is a place for students to be happy, so there's no need to be careful. The bigger the stage, the more capable you are. Yiqian, remember what Teacher Tong said today. The Provincial First High School is a big stage for students to freely roam the sky. You don't have to hide your strength. It's your ability to study well. How can your classmates say such things? Moreover, even if there is, you don't have to take it to heart. The strong are like a halo. If there are people who worship you, there will be people who are jealous. The teacher and the student talked in the office for half an hour before they left. If Principal Chun and Uncle Jin taught Yiqian how to be self-reliant, then Miss Tong taught Yiqian how to be mellow, roundabout, and gentle. The combination of hardness and gentleness. Xianxia had a strong heart and a soft heart. In the days to come, when Yiqian relied on his own strength to reach the peak of military power step by step, Teacher Tong was one of the people he thanked the most in interviews. Chapter 383. After lunch, Teacher Tong went back to her office while Yiqian went to look for Principal Chun to get his luggage. Principal Chun was busy with his work. Other than when school started, he had nothing else to do. He liked working in the library. Also, he was in poor health. In order to live a few more years and see how far the girl he personally groomed could go, Principal Chun had started to take care of his body. A new batch of books had arrived at the school. There were books on astronomy, geography, ancient and modern. A century-old school would always have more resources than other schools. This could be seen from the corner of the books. 2 hours later, Yi Jian, who felt like a scholar, took her luggage and walked to the dormitory. The campus at 4 o'clock was much quieter than it was in the morning. Walking along the stone path with tall camphor trees on both sides, Yiqian walked to the left side of Swan Lake and arrived at the female dormitory. When he walked to Swan Lake, he saw someone sitting leisurely on a stone bench under a weeping willow. His long arms were lazily draped over the back of the bench as he admired the beautiful scenery of Swan Lake. Yiqian thought for a moment and walked over. He was an old acquaintance. If she really walked around him this time, she didn't know how he would tease her the next time they met. "You didn't walk around me? Little fox, I'm surprised again." Xia Jinyuan looked like he had eyes on the back of his head. Before Yiqian even got close, he turned his head to look at her. The golden sun in the west was variegated. As the willow swayed, it gently shone on his handsome face. It was half bright and half dark, making his expression look dark and unreadable. Seeing that Yi Qian was still carrying his luggage, he stood up and said, "I need you to go out and help me with something. It's serious. Do you want to put your luggage in my car? Or maybe put it back in the dormitory?" Although there was a faint smile on his face, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Yi Qian already believed that he was talking about serious business. It was indeed serious business. If you're in a hurry, you can leave immediately. If you're not in a hurry, I can leave my luggage in the dormitory first. Yi Qian picked up his rather light luggage. There wasn't much inside, only a few sets of clothes. After waiting for about half an hour, Xia Jinyuan took the luggage that had passed through his hands several times today, but he still didn't put it back in the dormitory. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Then take it with you. Maybe you can change it at night. There's a possibility that I won't be going back to school tonight. Let me know in advance." She wouldn't have any objections to sleeping outside, even if he suggested sleeping by the side of the road or under a bridge. When they got back into the car, Xia Jinyuan's phone started ringing. He glanced at Yi Qian before answering the call. "Come over in 20 minutes. Book a hotel in advance. If it's too late, sleep in the hotel." Yi Qian did not ask what was going on. She was used to others speaking first. The car was parked at the entrance of the traffic bureau. Before the car was parked, two police officers in dark green uniforms ran over. Their expressions were solemn. The suspect has strong anti-reconnaissance abilities. His methods are brutal. He erased all possible traces of the crime at the scene of the crime. Get all the sky eyes in the province, including the ones at the scene of the crime. We don't have much time. We need to find the suspect as soon as possible. As soon as they got out of the car, one of the police officers quickly told them everything they knew about the suspect. The other police officer led the way. The four of them hurriedly appeared in the monitoring room of the province's Sky Eyes system. First, get the Sky Eyes at the scene of the crime. Also, get the Sky Eyes at the two nearby crossroads. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened as he made the arrangements. Then, he said to Yi Qian, "You have a good memory and are highly recognizable. I prepared a pen and paper for you. Just draw whatever you find on the paper." Chapter 384. Our job is to assist the investigation team. We just need to find clues. Since the successful career woman had asked for his help, he had to help her. Actually, it didn't matter if Yi Qian didn't come, but he couldn't resist his desire to see her. Yi Qian had already looked at him several times. Did a special forces soldier need to be involved in solving a case? I was asked to do this, so I couldn't refuse. Xia Jinyuan, who was deliberately 2 steps behind, quickly leaned forward and said to the little girl, who looked calm but was actually asking him with her eyes, "If I don't ask you to come with me, how can we be together tonight?" Yi Qian instantly realized that the seriousness in his eyes was all an act. He didn't know what he was going to do before he arrived at the traffic bureau. "Xia Jinyuan, can you be more serious? Look, you're thinking too much again. What do you think we're going to do tonight?" Xia Jinyuan's lips curled up slightly. He straightened his back and walked into the surveillance room that was pushed open by 2 policemen in an elegant and cold manner. "Follow me. We only have 5 hours. After 5 hours, we need to go to another place." He had stirred up her calm emotions, but in an instant, he put them down and started talking about serious matters. The speed of the change made Yi Qian's chest heave up and down a few times. He took a deep breath before walking in. There were quite a lot of Sky Eyes in the provincial capital. Under Xia Jinyuan's instructions, Yi Qian began to put aside his distractions and immerse himself in work. The heavy door of the control room that was not locked opened halfway. A tall man wearing a slim suit jacket and a pair of slim trousers of the same color stood at the door. His gaze fell lightly on the slender student's body. Was this the high school student that Sixth Brother had mentioned? "Secretary Xia, please tell Changsheng that our bureau will definitely solve the case within 3 days." A uniformed police officer stood beside the woman and said seriously, "We will not give the suspect a chance to escape from our province." The woman's makeup was exquisite, and she looked capable and experienced. Even though she was standing in front of the bureau chief, her aura was not suppressed at all. She nodded and smiled. Okay, I will definitely tell Xianxia. Serial crimes, wanted nationwide, fled to the southern province's provincial capital and committed a violent murder. If this case was not solved, Chang province would not be able to sleep peacefully. This case had even alarmed the capital. Sixth sister was here, and she had asked him to do things several times. Since she was here, she could forget about leaving quickly. No matter what, he had to help her solve this big problem. Wasn't finding clues his forte? The question was, why did he bring that high school student with him? The woman, whose emotions had already gone back and forth a few times, frowned without batting an eyelid. She did not disturb the two people who were working hard and assisting the bureau. She turned around and left quietly. 178 centimeters in height, 75 kilograms in weight, short hair. After nearly 4 hours, Yi Qian drew a man's head on a piece of paper. The 6 screens were all frozen. It was either the man's legs, the man's back, or an extremely blurry front. Xia Jinyuan leaned forward slightly and slowly explained the situation on his side to Yi Qian. He should be nearsighted. Occasionally, he would squint his eyes. He's not used to wearing glasses, but he would never leave his glasses. Hence, there was a trace of glasses on the pool of blood at the scene. Chapter 385. Their chairs were slightly closer to each other. In order to make it easier for Yi Qian to draw, Xia Jinyuan had already left his chair as he spoke. He half-squatted beside Yi Qian and said, "After entering the southern province, your hair has to be cut. Draw one with hair to your ears, and the other with hair to your ears." Okay, Yi Qian agreed with him. The 6 blurry portraits were fixed on the 6 screens. The back of the first portrait was indeed slightly longer, and the hair to his ears in the 5th portrait when he was wearing a mask. She sat in the middle, and several police officers stared intently at the pencil she was drawing on the paper. As she dictated and finalized, the features of a man with thin, even refined features were drawn on the paper. Xia Jinyuan picked up the completed portrait and said, "I can't say that this one is 100% similar, but it's at least 90% similar. The criminal may very well refuse to admit it. Regardless of whether he admits it or not, let's arrest him first." He handed the portrait to the police officers, and Yi Qian began to draw the criminal's height, proportions, and even the shadows bit by bit. Some police officers hurriedly left with the portrait, while the rest of the people held their breaths and looked at the high school student whose drawing skills were comparable to the professional police officers in the brigade. From the moment she picked up the pen to the moment she started drawing on the paper, there was not a single pause. It was as if she had seen the criminal before. The portrait had already been sent to the relevant departments for matching. After Yi Qian finished drawing the entire portrait, the police officers guarding the matching portrait rushed into the surveillance room like the wind. Found it, found it. Finding the criminal meant that Yi Qian and Xia Xiaoyuan's work was complete. The two of them, who were helping each other out of friendship, actually only needed to find some clues for the police. With so many videos, so many celestial eyes, and so many faces coming and going in a city every day, how difficult was it to only find one criminal? The two of them spent more than 4 hours to find a criminal. They had indeed done the Southern Province Public Security Bureau a huge favor, and the head of the Southern Province was relieved. "Xiaoxia, call your brother over for a meal." Chang Sheng was acquainted with Commander-in-Chief Xia and had met Xia Jinyuan a few times. This time, he had done him a huge favor, so it was only right for him to express his gratitude. As the head secretary, he had to do all aspects of his work. He even had to carefully arrange a meal. However, this time, there was really no need to arrange it. "You're welcome." He even brought a child over. "I'm afraid that he has to send the child home." Now, Chang Sheng thought that it was a child from family Xia. To solve the case within 48 hours. There must not be a second case in our province. Yi Qian. When they walked out of the traffic station, it was already late at night. It was almost 10 o'clock from 5:30 p.m. Yi Jian looked at the man who was walking in a hurry and caught up with him. "Captain Xia, it's still early." "Yes, I'm not going back." The moon was bright. Xia Jinyuan stood under the silver light with a faint smile on his face. His deep and dark eyes reflected the moonlight. When he smiled, The light in his eyes moved slightly. He was even more charming than during the day. Why are you retreating? Are you retreating without going back to the hotel? Are you going to follow me back to the hotel? Yi Qian rubbed his forehead as if he had a headache. He said helplessly, Captain Xia, I'm not in the mood to joke with you. It's 10 o'clock now. I have to go back to the dormitory. Tomorrow, I have to go to class. Have you forgotten that I'm still a student? High school students are under the most pressure. They can't be distracted. Chapter 386. Even when she felt helpless, her small face revealed a sly look. She seemed to have given in to him, but in reality, she knew very well what she was insisting on. Xia Jinyuan walked 2 steps back and stood in front of her. His tall and slender body happened to block the moonlight, completely enveloping her under his shadow. The moonlight was hazy and the street lights were dense. In the dim light, he raised his hand and gently patted the top of her head. He gently said, You don't want to stay in school on Saturdays and Sundays, right? Do you want a place to train? I'll give you 10 seconds to consider whether you want to go with me or not. He looked at her. Even though the light was dim, his gaze was still accurately locked onto her face. There was a smile and understanding in his eyes. Yi Qian gently sighed and smiled faintly. I can't reject your suggestion. It doesn't even take 10 seconds. I've already made the decision to go with you within a second. Let's go, Captain Xia. His gaze was very warm, and there was a charm in his deep eyes that made her believe in him without a doubt. Yi Qian did not think that she had a reason to reject him. The city was still noisy after 10 o'clock. The car left the traffic bureau and headed in another direction. Xia Jinyuan said as he drove, In the future, when you go to the provincial military base on Saturdays and Sundays, I'll ask someone to look after you. First, you'll have to identify people and apply for a pass. Come over after school on Friday, and come back on Sunday afternoon. Little Fox, although the provincial military base is not as big as the one in Fujian town, trust me, there's no shortage of elite soldiers here. She was destined to join the military, so it was better for her to integrate into the environment in advance. Moreover, he could tell that she was a person who did not like to rely on others. In that case, he would give her a chance to use her own abilities to open up her own network of contacts. In order to obtain a cunning fox, one had to seriously attack to be able to conquer her. Yi Qian turned sideways and looked seriously at the man who had made everything convenient for her. Looking at his exquisite, jade-like face, she wanted to ask, Why are you so good to me? The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she could not say them. Her throat felt like it was stuck with thorns. It was as if she said those words, it would stab her throat and cause her to bleed. Because she did not want to accept his kindness to her. Because she had no way to repay him. What's wrong? Do you want to sleep? Xia Jinyuan, who had been looking at her from the corner of his eye, glanced at her and said elegantly, What's on your mind? Or, do you have any questions? Oh. Or, you want to know why I'm bringing you to the provincial military, right? Her words made Yi Qian clench her fists. Her heart rose to her throat. Even though she appeared calm on the surface, her hair had already tensed up. Never say anything that would give her a headache. He looked at her again, as if he had seen through her nervousness, and explained with a smile, I called Uncle Jin before I came here, and he asked if it would be convenient for him to take you to the provincial military base. I won't reject such a small matter. You are indeed a seedling. Even the regiment commander and political commissar in the army have unanimously approved of you. If I bring you to the provincial military district, I think that even if I don't show up, the regiment commander and the political commissar will go to the provincial capital to mention it. His explanation made Yi Qian loosen her clenched fists. She secretly heaved a long sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Outside the car window, the flickering light from the street lamps flashed past. He could clearly see the relief on her face. She was indeed a young lady. Although she was intelligent, she was still young. She was extremely nervous whenever he moved, as if she was afraid that he would say something that she could not bear. Chapter 387. Grandpa Jin is just worried that I won't be able to take care of myself when I'm outside. Old people worry a lot. Captain Xia, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. Without those ambiguous words, Yi Qian relaxed and smiled. If Captain Xia needs any help from me in the future, I won't refuse. Just like today, I'm happy to help. She always believed whatever he said unconditionally. Xia Jinyuan's sexy lips curved into a gentle smile. It was the only tenderness behind the iron-willed soldier. Silly girl, if I ask you to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, you won't refuse? Of course. Yi Qian answered without hesitation. His expression was solemn. I believe in you, Captain Xia. Even if there's a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, you and your comrades will definitely be the first to rush in. She trusted him so much and was so sure that she didn't say any excessive compliments. When he saw her bright and burning eyes, Xia Jinyuan only felt that his chest was so hot that even his heartbeat sped up. After a long time, he laughed softly and sighed. You really are a silly girl. He focused on driving and no longer looked at her. Yi Qian didn't see the indulgence in his eyes that could make one drown in it and not want to wake up. It was indulgence only for her. Silly girl, you trust me so much and treat me as the person you trust the most. How can I refuse everything from you? How can I bear to let go? Even if I have to wait, I'm willing. Yi Qian didn't go back to school that night. By the time he left the provincial military base, it was already midnight. He checked into a hotel not far from the school. In the middle of the night, a grown man brought a young girl to a hotel room. The receptionist couldn't help but take a few glances. First, she glanced at Yi Qian coldly. When she looked at Xia Jinyuan, it was as if she had taken stimulants. She said sweetly, Hello, sir, I'm not interested in who you are. I know you're the receptionist of the hotel. Even a small receptionist was looking at his little fox with a strange gaze. She really deserved a lesson. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the receptionist coldly. His arrogant aura and cold tone made the receptionist's face turn pale. He glanced at the electronic signboard for the remaining rooms and said coldly, 2 luxury suites. My sister likes cleanliness. I'll give you 10 minutes to check if the rooms are clean. Yi Qian reached out and tugged at his shirt, hinting that there was no need for that. There were too many people in this world who were biased. She had been through too much, so she didn't take this little disrespect to the receptionist to heart. She only cared about the gazes of the people she cared about. The gazes of unimportant people had nothing to do with her. However, she still had something she wanted to say. Glancing at the receptionist coldly, Yi Jian took the 2 room cards that the receptionist handed over with trembling hands. With a cold smile at the corner of her mouth, she said softly, Miss Lu Zhen went to Huajun Hotel with a man who was less than 6 meters tall 2 weeks ago. After leaving the next day, she went to Anqi Tea House with a man who was as fat as a pig that night. Then, she changed to another man. As soon as she said the first sentence, the receptionist's knees went weak. By the time Yi Qian told her which men she had checked in her rooms within the past 2 weeks, her face was as white as a sheet. She leaned against the marble counter. Chapter 388. That was not all. Yi Qian added, I have to tell you that the man who went to Huajun Hotel went to the hospital yesterday. He didn't look too good. I think there's something wrong with his body. Miss Lu Zhen, I suggest you get checked up too. At the front, she could still lean against the counter to support herself. But at the back, Yi Jian's words made the receptionist fall to the ground. The staff on duty next to her did not know what happened. She quickly walked over and apologized to Yi Qian, then picked up the walkie-talkie to call for security. Yi Qian said it in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, so as to preserve the front desk's dignity. After entering the elevator, Xia Jinyuan chuckled. You really can't afford to lose out. No wonder Uncle Chun let you come out alone. Even if you want to lose out, you have to see what kind of loss it is. I was just telling the front desk the truth. Don't think so much about it. Does she think everyone is the same as her? Yi Qian winked playfully and smiled. Besides, I was just reminding her out of kindness. The little fox reminded him out of goodwill, but the little fox's words shocked everyone. After pressing the floor button, Xia Jinyuan sighed. I can use what I saw in the heavenly eye to teach someone a lesson. Little fox, it seems like I can't leave any evidence behind in the future. Where did the front desk go? Who did she go with? She just arrived in the provincial capital this morning. The only explanation was that she took a look at the heavenly eye and memorized it. Her memory was extraordinary, and her brain storage capacity was also large enough. Would the military allow her to become a nobody? Obviously, it was impossible. The military would know her whereabouts and movements at all times. Just like in the desert, after confirming her identity, the Tower Command Center did not make any further moves. As for Yi Jian, her intuition told her that it was best not to continue talking about this topic, that she couldn't tell whether it was true or false. She lowered her head and pretended to yawn. I'm so sleepy. I want to sleep early. The elevator door opened with a ding. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked out nimbly. You that sleepy? Would you like a cup of coffee to refresh yourself? Or we can have a heart-to-heart talk in the room. Xia Yuan, who walked out of the elevator gracefully, smiled. His low voice seemed to have magic in the silent night as it drifted lazily and seductively behind her. I'm in the room next to yours. If you want to chat, feel free to do so. Yi Qian quickened his footsteps and rushed to his room. He swiped his card and entered before slamming the door shut behind him. The dangerous man with a bad smell was back. She patted her chest lightly and then slapped her forehead in annoyance. How rude. She didn't even say good night. She composed herself and opened the door again. Xia. When he opened the door, he saw a black shadow standing at the door. He was so shocked that he let out an ah. His subconscious reaction was naturally to punch the black shadow's chin. You opened the door just to beat me up? The black figure, which was Major Xia Yuan, reacted even faster. He stepped sideways and avoided Yi Qian's fist. He looked at her with a smile. I just came over to say goodnight, and I almost got beaten up. In the middle of the night, facing a dangerous yet elegant man, Yi Qian stopped at the door and said awkwardly, Sorry, Captain Xia, I didn't mean to hit you. Also good night. See you tomorrow. Chapter 389. The door slammed shut again, as if trying to escape from the lecture. Outside the door, Xia Yuan gently rubbed his eyebrows with his slender fingers. He looked helpless, but his eyes were no longer as cold as when he faced the receptionist. Instead, his eyes were filled with gentleness. Silly girl, if I really want to come in, can a door stop me? He whispered with a smile. He just wanted to tease her. Thinking of the scene at the front desk just now, Xia Yuan's eyes, which had been soft a second ago, suddenly turned cold in the next second. If the receptionist could casually guess the relationship between the two of them, it was hard to guarantee that the people outside would do the same. There might even be rumors spreading. It seemed that Little Fox had made the right decision to keep her distance from him. He left immediately after the holidays, so he naturally wouldn't hear any rumors. But Little Fox was different. This was where she would be living for the next 2 years. He would appear from time to time and interact with her in an ambiguous manner. After he left, all the rumors would be shouldered by Little Fox alone. He only wanted to spend more time with Little Fox, but he didn't consider that his decision would bring trouble to Little Fox in her life. The sound of running water in the shower stopped after a while. The door opened, and a pair of strong and slender legs stepped out. As a white shadow flitted past, a white towel wrapped around Xia Yuan's strong and narrow waist. His phone on the bedside table had already rung several times. His hair was wet, and his body was covered in fine water droplets. He picked up a towel to dry his hair, took off his shoes, and walked over. The military man who came out of the shower was indeed sexy. The lines of his muscles were perfect, as if they were God's masterpiece. Every part of him was perfect and extremely seductive. When he sat down, his waist muscles stretched out sexy curves, showing off the strength that a man should have. It's so late, and you're still awake? He spoke in a low and deep voice, with a hint of moisture in his voice. He was as lazy as a noble walking in the countryside, seducing innocent and beautiful village girls. You're not sleeping, but I'm going to sleep. Would you be able to sleep if there was a grown woman beside you? The woman's voice came. She was Xia Yuan's cousin and also the secretary of the governor of a province. She was a strong woman. Xia Yuan sneered and replied lazily, Xia Yiwei, you took the time to go to the Transportation Bureau and then rushed back. You sure are busy. How could he not notice that someone was brazenly sizing up his Little Fox behind him? No matter how busy I am, I can't stop myself from wanting to see what the underage girl that young Master Xia is thinking about looks like. Xia Yiwei's legs were casually propped up on the study table in her house. Between her fingers was a long and thin lady's cigarette. The red dots were just halfway through smoking. Xia Jinyuan understood what she was implying. He smirked and said, I'm just protecting an underage girl now. I'm not so horny as to establish a bad relationship with an underage girl. Oh, so you know. I'll hang up then. Goodbye. He hung up the phone quickly. Xia Yiwei was relieved to know that he understood. Xia Jinyuan always had a sense of propriety. If he said he didn't, then he really didn't. What she didn't know was that even if Xia Jinyuan really did have such thoughts, he still had to ask Yi Qian for permission. At 6 o'clock the next day, Yi Qian arrived at school. Sitting in the car, Xia Jinyuan's right hand on the handbrake had secretly tightened countless times. He had said that he would come back to collect interest, but in the end, after thinking about it for a long time last night, he still held back because he was worried about her life in school. Chapter 390. Captain Xia, I'll get off first. Goodbye. Hearing that the car door was unlocked, Yi Qian immediately unlocked the door and got out of the car. Just as she leaned to the side, her wrist was grabbed by a strong hand. She looked back at her wrist and frowned in confusion. Captain Xia, you're still. Yi Qian felt something pressing down on her. With one of her hands held, she could only feel a refreshing mint scent. Like an apple in Eve's hand, she couldn't resist its temptation. There was a hint of coolness on his belt, followed by a warm kiss that gently landed on her forehead. He stayed there for a long time, so long that the skin on her forehead was burning. Okay, you can get out of the car. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting upright again, saw that there was only confusion in her eyes. She didn't reject him. Feeling warm in his heart, he chuckled. This is my interest. I'm back to collect interest, little fox. He came all the way to the desert and chased her all the way here, but he still missed her. He had to collect interest. Yi Qian was almost running away. She grabbed her luggage and walked faster and faster. Only when she reached the school gate did she slowly stop. She turned to look at the car that hadn't left yet and the man who had gotten out of the car. Yi Qian's forehead burned even hotter. She pursed her lips stubbornly. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything and turned to enter the school. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing beside the car, had a faint smile on his face. His deep eyes watched his little fox enter the campus until she slowly disappeared from his sight. He blinked his unfathomable eyes and drove away in a good mood. The original interest was her first kiss. Today, he took a step back and left her with an emotionless kiss. The effect was unexpectedly good. It was a good thing that she didn't resist. It was normal for her to be confused. His little fox had never had any experience in relationships. When it came to a wolf like him, TSK, 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 he had no choice but to rely on his feelings. At 6 o'clock in the morning, there were only students who were used to morning exercises. Yi Qian was afraid that his roommates would not be awake yet, so he went to the teacher's office to wait for Teacher Tong to come over. Then they would go to the classroom together. In less than half an hour, Teacher Tong and Teacher Zhu walked over while discussing something in low voices. Yi Qian waited for the two teachers to come closer before he greeted them politely. You came so early? Did you sleep well last night? Teacher Tong, who knew what Yi Qian had been up to yesterday, quickly took out her keys and opened the office door. Behind him, Teacher Zhu said sternly, there will be a test this morning. Yi Qian, you have to show your skills. I will announce the results in the afternoon. This was the usual practice of the Provincial No. 1 middle school. They would start the exam on the first day of school to remind all the students that the summer vacation was over and the new semester had begun. It was time to settle down. Hearing this, Teacher Tong turned around with a smile and said, Teacher Zhu, don't scare the students with your serious face. Then she said to Yi Qian, don't be in a hurry to put your luggage back in the dormitory. After the morning self-study session, come to the classroom with me. Teacher Zhu glanced at Yi Qian, whose expression did not change. It was rare for him to smile in front of the students. He said with a smile, this student is bold and murderous. He even eliminated the foreign contestants. Why would he be afraid of an exam? Teacher Tong, I will switch with you for the language and math test today. I will take the first 2 classes first. It's early in the morning. Let's wake them up. Yi Qian listened to the 2 teachers talking about how to wake the students up as soon as possible. He quietly flipped through the new textbook for the second semester of high school. Chapter 391. At 7 o'clock, the students who were not in the school dormitory began to enter the school. Like other classes, Year 2 class, one of the provincial first high school, started to get to know each other in the new semester. Hello, I'm Ying. Nice to meet you. Ying, who took the initiative to sit at the first table by the podium, started to introduce herself. She was pretty and had good grades. Her classmates had more or less heard of her name. Hearing that, they also started to introduce themselves in private. Some of the students were already classmates in Year 1, so they got to know each other without any introductions. There were also a few students in Year 1, like Ying. However, when they saw that she only cared about getting to know other students, 2 girls showed a trace of disdain in their eyes. They lowered their heads and whispered, "She's still the same as before. She's just a butterfly. That's her ability. We can't learn it. She's a flower in the student council." Then they saw her walk to the first-place boy in Year 1 and introduce herself with a smile. The 2 girls rolled their eyes. Ying had always been good at pretending in front of boys. Not only did the 2 girls look down on her, but another girl also looked down on her. She said to her Year 1 classmates, "Do you see that girl? She's my junior high classmate. You guys need to be more careful in the future. She looks good, but she's full of bad intentions. Don't take her words lightly." Ever since Xianxia saw Ying, she had rolled her eyes countless times. In terms of popularity, she was more popular than Ying because of her tomboyish personality. At least in Year 1 of high school, she had never quarreled with her classmates, nor had she schemed against anyone in secret. When the students heard that, they all nodded lightly. When Ying was talking to the first-place boy in Year 1, she turned her gaze and saw Xianxia whispering to a few other classmates. With cold eyes, she smiled and said something to the boy, then walked over with light steps. "Hey, Xianxia, I didn't expect to be in the same class in high school again. You're my only classmate in middle school and high school. Come, let's shake hands and celebrate." It was easy to leave a good impression with a coquettish and polite attitude. And Xianxia, who did not expect her to have the cheek to walk over, grinned and stood up naturally. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect it either. Please guide me in the future." She wanted to embarrass her on the first day? No way. Ying smiled. Based on her understanding of Xianxia's temper, she should have been angry. "Look at my old classmate. She doesn't even know what to say if I'm a little more enthusiastic." And Xianxia took the opportunity to checkmate him and quickly retracted her hand. "All right, let's just be indifferent and pass through high school peacefully. Don't ever bump into him in the same university again. How embarrassing would that be?" Ying, who had suddenly fallen into a disadvantageous position, came back to her senses. She frowned and looked at Xianxia, who had become smarter in front of her. After a while, she smiled and said, "Yes, if we meet again in the same university, how can I get to know other students?" S. That's right. Too embarrassing. Clock. S is years is. S. Looking for trouble on the first day of school. At this moment, Ying knew that she couldn't embarrass Xianxia, so she smiled and turned around. She lowered her eyes to hide the coldness in her eyes. "Wait and see. I won't let Xianxia off easily." Chapter 392. Class 1 was a class with more boys than girls. There were 60 students in the class, 46 boys and 14 girls. The science class had always been the opposite of the liberal arts class. Ying and Xianxia were both good-looking, so some boys had been secretly paying attention to them. Someone said, "There are 60 students. Our class is still missing one." The time for the morning self-study session was approaching. The empty desks in the class were filled one by one. Soon, only the desks near the door were empty. The rest of the students had already arrived. Yeah, there are only 59 students now. Who else is not here? There are still 4 minutes to the morning self-study session. How bold of them to come on time on the first day of school. Until the morning self-study session bell rang, the empty desks near the door were still empty. A student muttered softly, Are they sick? The teacher will be angry if they're late on the first day. Ying glanced at them and sneered. Class 1 was very competitive and had the most top students. If someone became the focus of the teacher's attention on the first day, it was equivalent to having someone at the bottom. Soon, footsteps were heard. The student sitting at the back near the door was bold. He quickly looked over and saw Teacher Tong walking over with a girl with a smile. She's here. She's here. It's a girl. Damn, I can only see a pair of calves. Her skin is dazzling white. She must be a beauty. Really? Quick, sit down. Shut up. Teacher Tong is our big sister. Don't bully her. Soon, there was no other sound in the classroom except for the sound of books being flipped. This showed how strong the self-control of the students in the class was. Teacher Tong did not let Yi Qian go in immediately. Instead, she went into the classroom first. Seeing that all the students were looking down at their textbooks and no one was whispering to each other, she walked to the podium and joked, "All of you can hold it in. If you don't whisper, I think it's not normal." As soon as she spoke, all the students in the class took a deep breath. The bolder ones laughed and said, "Isn't it time for class? We're all good students who abide by the rules. We definitely won't whisper, right? I saw you sticking your head out of the classroom to see if I was here." The one who spoke was the boy leaning against the door of the classroom. Teacher Tong did not criticize him. She smiled kindly and said, "It's the first day of class, so we're not familiar with each other. Let's introduce ourselves during the morning's self-study." Seeing that the class was bustling with noise and excitement, Teacher Tong raised her hands to silence the whole class. "First, let's welcome a new student who has just joined our class. You must have heard of this student's name, but you have never seen her in person. Come, let's give a round of applause to welcome our new classmate." It turned out that he was not late, but a transfer student. Amidst the applause, Yi Qian stood at the door of the classroom with his textbook. He first bowed politely to Teacher Tong, then to all the students in the class. "Yi Qian, why are you here?" Amidst the applause, someone suddenly stood up from her seat and shouted in a sharp and shrill voice, "Why are you here?" It was Ying. She was the only student in the class who stood up. Her pretty features were contorted into a ferocious expression at this moment. She even raised her hand and pointed a finger at Yi Jian. She was shocked and angry at the same time, and her face was filled with disbelief. Her voice was very loud and stood out amidst the applause. The girls at the same table frowned and tugged at her skirt. "What are you doing, Ying? We're all looking at you." Chapter 393. Everyone in the class was seated. Ying was the only one who suddenly stood up like a madwoman. Her voice was so shrill that even the applause couldn't cover it. The students sitting behind her only heard her shrill voice, but the students who were seated just happened to be able to see her expression were all frightened by her ferocious appearance. "Oh my God, this Ying is so scary. So scary. She's just like the evil witches in the Western novels. One second she's gentle and kind, the next she's vicious and vicious. Oh my God, her facial features are all twisted. How can she still be pretty?" The boys were concerned about beauty, while the girls were concerned about good and evil. The applause in the front slowly stopped when they saw Yi Ying's ferocious appearance. The applause at the back also gradually died down when Ying suddenly stood up and didn't sit down for a long time. "What's wrong? What did Ying do? What did she scream just now?" "I didn't hear it clearly." "Me neither. I just suddenly stood up and pointed my finger at the new student. I don't know what happened." "Stop talking. Teacher Tong doesn't look too good." The originally enthusiastic atmosphere in the class was disturbed by Yi Ying's crazy outburst. The students who didn't know what happened looked at each other, and then looked at Teacher Tong's serious expression. They all fell silent. The classroom suddenly became extraordinarily quiet. Yi Ying, who had a fierce look in her eyes, trembled violently under the secret tugging of her desk mate, and slowly came to her senses. The moment she woke up, Yi Ying felt that her vision was blacking out. She saw that all the students were looking at her strangely. It was a look of rejection, and even disgust. What did she just do? What did she just say? Yi Ying, who couldn't help but tremble, tried to relax her body and squeeze out a smile to explain her gaffe just now. But the more she wanted to relax, the more she couldn't. The more she wanted to smile, the more her face twisted. It was strange, like a withered vine, brandishing its claws on the broken wall. It was especially ferocious. Just when the atmosphere was a little stiff, the sound of desks and chairs moving came from the back of the classroom. "Oh my God! You, you," and Xianxia, whose brain was long enough, recovered from her stupor. In an instant, she jumped up as if there was a spring in her shoe. She said in surprise, "My classmate Xianxia, you hid it from me for so long." This time, Xianxia became the second student to stand up. The difference was that her happy face was a sharp contrast to Yi Ying's ferocious look. She didn't stop there. Instead, she said incoherently to Teacher Tong, "Teacher Tong, Teacher Tong, I know you, I know you. We were in the same class in junior high school." Idol of the class. "Classmate, if you continue to introduce yourself, you won't be introducing yourself like a junior high school classmate." Teacher Tong did not scold her. Instead, she gestured for her to sit down first. "There's no hurry. Every student has a chance to introduce themselves." While Teacher Tong was speaking, the girl sitting at the same table as Yi Ying had a dark expression on her face. She tugged at the corner of Yi Ying's skirt and said angrily, "Sit down." Then she muttered, "Why am I so unlucky to be sitting at the same table with you on the first day?" This was not the result Yi Ying wanted. If she sat down now, she would lose. Her classmates would hate her, and stay away from her. Chapter 394. She did not sit down. Instead, she placed her hands on the edge of the desk and squeezed out a stiff smile. "I'm sorry. I was surprised because Yi Qian is my older sister. She ran away from home for a year and did not contact her family. That's why I was so surprised when I saw her." His hands, which were propped up against the desk, exerted all their strength until the back of his hands turned pale. Even his veins were exposed one by one. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows. He did not say anything, but his attitude explained everything. Yi Ying was still the same. However, her ability to speak with hidden meanings had improved. She said that she ran away from home and did not contact her family. Wasn't that saying that she was a problem girl? How could a problem girl who ran away from home for a year be a good student? Of course not. Listen, how treacherous. More importantly, she not only tricked her, but also explained why she lost her composure. That's why she said that her ability to speak with hidden meanings had improved. However, Yi Ying might be able to hide it from her classmates, but it was impossible to hide it from Teacher Tong, who was a teacher at her age. At this moment, Teacher Tong vaguely understood why Principal Chow had placed Yi Qian in Class 6 and not Class 1. The reason was right in front of her eyes. It was a far-fetched explanation, but at least most of the students believed it. Of all the things she should never have done, she should never have belittled her own classmate in secret. Moreover, she was her own sister. Teacher Tong's impression of Yi Ying immediately turned negative after meeting her for the first time. She adjusted her glasses and did not look at Yi Ying, who stood up. Instead, she smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Introduce yourself first." She saw that Yi Qian was still smiling calmly. He did not panic because of the unexpected situation. Even his expression did not change. He was calm and composed. A trace of a smile appeared on her stern face. How could she not have noticed when Yi Ying was secretly insulting her? She did not directly confront her, but only smiled at her. Sometimes a smile was the best weapon. It represented tolerance, cultivation, and a person's character. Then he added, "I believe there are many students here who would be very willing to communicate with you." This sentence undoubtedly expressed the teacher's attitude. The hidden meaning was, the teacher will support you. It was unknown how many of the 59 students could understand. At the very least, Yi Jian and Yi Ying both understood what he was saying. Yi Ying's breathing quickened. She bit her lower lip and tried her best to calm herself down. She slowly sat down and no longer looked at the podium. In her mind, she was thinking about how to change her image and destroy Yi Qian's image. On the stage, Yi Qian's smile was like the sunlight falling on the leaves outside the window, bright and lively. "Hello, everyone. I am Yi Qian, a transfer student. After taking a break from school for a year and taking the senior high school entrance examination in June this year, she re-entered the provincial first high school. Considering her age, I think it's more appropriate for her to enter the second year of high school. When the atmosphere was a little tense, a humorous remark was made. With Xianxia as the leader, laughter was heard, breaking the tension, and the atmosphere was lively again. I am fortunate enough to be assigned to Class 1 and interact with all of you. This is fate. In the future, if there is anything I don't understand in my studies, I hope everyone can help me. Thank you. It was a simple introduction, but it revealed all the important things about her. First, she took a year off from school. Second, she took the high school entrance exam this year. Third, she skipped a grade. Chapter 395. He did not praise her for skipping a grade. Instead, he used an indifferent tone and said that it was just a matter of age to downplay her ability. Yiqian could be described with two idioms: deep as a lake and high as a mountain, open-minded as a valley. Before Yiqian could walk down from the podium, and Xianxia, who could not restrain her joy, stood up with a proud expression amidst the applause. Her voice rose and fell as she said, "Yiqian is really amazing. When I was in the same class as her, the seniors in the third year of junior high would come to her if they did not understand anything. Also, her memory is very good. She only flipped through a book. Oh, this political book. She only needed to flip through it once to remember everything." With her saying this, the other students' voices also became louder. A boy stood up and stared at Yiqian with sparkling eyes. I know, Yiqian. I know who you are. You won the gold medal in the World Mathematical Olympiad 2 years ago. In the oral questions, you always finished first and one time for our contestants. I also know that you were studying in Anyang High School last year. However, on the day of the report, you did not want to be an auditing student and could not accept the school's framing of you. So, in a fit of anger, you domineeringly tore up the notice. I also, amidst the adoring voices of the boys, some of them were so happy that they began to bang the table. Classmate Yiqian, I also know you. Only you would dare to tear up the notice so domineeringly, because you have the confidence. I really did not expect that I would be in the same school as Yiqian. Oh my God, I have to tell my parents when I go back. So you dropped out of school. We all thought you changed schools. All the voices in Yi Ying's ears were ear-piercing and driving her crazy. Under the desk, her hands tightly grasped the corners of her skirt, and the corners of her eyes were bloodshot. Yiqian, damn thing. She was my nemesis. She was born to be my nemesis. Why did she come back? What shameful things did she do again? What underhanded methods did she use to get into number 1 middle school? She should not be in number 1 middle school. She should not be standing in the classroom. What right did she have to be praised by her classmates and teachers? Why? The students' praises for Yi Jian were like a growth stimulant, causing the jealousy in Yi Ying's heart to grow like crazy weeds. Bit by bit, it eroded her rationality, making it harder and harder for her to calm down. The atmosphere of the entire class was stirred up. It was only when teacher Tong stepped forward that the atmosphere gradually calmed down. She cleared her throat and smiled. You guys can learn more from Yi Jian. If your grades are good and you can be admitted to university after a year of suspension, I won't stop you from taking a break. Teacher Tong's voice was like the last straw, crushing Yi Ying's remaining calmness. Let her go to school with a bang. Amidst the silence, Yi Ying stood up slowly. She glared at Yiqian, who was standing on the podium and receiving all the students' praises. The classroom became even quieter after she stood up. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The students' gazes were all on her. No one understood why she stood up again. Chapter 396. Yiqian, you scored very high in the provincial first high school. How did you get in after taking a year off? All of us worked hard to get in. As for you, even if your results were good, how did you get in without any grades in biology, geography, or sports? Ying asked slowly. Her voice was delicate, and she even had a smile on her face. I'm sorry, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to ask you how you managed to get into the provincial first high school under such difficult circumstances and even managed to skip a grade and get into the most difficult class one. I'm not targeting you. I just want to be fair and just. Ying wasn't the only one who thought this. She was very smart. She asked the other students who didn't agree and didn't believe that Yi Qian was really that capable. Seeing that a few students nodded in agreement with her words, Yi Qian sneered. Ying, if you're not afraid of embarrassing yourself, then play with her. He looked at all the students with clear eyes, not just Ying. He said calmly, since everyone got in based on their abilities, then I'll do the same. Just as Ying said, I didn't score in biology, geography, or sports. But to me, even if I didn't score in these 3 subjects, it wouldn't affect my entrance exam. It wouldn't be a stumbling block for me to get into the provincial first high school. Before he could continue, a student stood up and said, I believe in Yi Qian. How could someone who relied on his abilities not get into the provincial first high school because he took a year off? With one, there was a second. They all stood up one after another. I believe in him too. I participated in the provincial first high school's entrance exam with Yi Qian 2 years ago. His answers in class were fast and accurate. He never missed a question. His ability from 2 years ago had been influential until now. Those who knew Yi Qian and those who had seen Yi Qian's ability with their own eyes believed in him. Their words were enough to form a high wall against the rumors and slanders. And Jiasin, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't hold it in anymore. She rushed to the front of the classroom and said loudly, I'm Yi Qian's junior high school classmate. I guarantee with my life that Yi Qian got into the provincial first high school with his ability. Then she glared at Ying and said through gritted teeth, Ying, you're still the same as when you were in junior high school. Despicable. Saying that they were a family? What a joke. Since when did you treat Yi Qian as family? Your mother did it again and again. If she continued to talk about it, the situation would worsen. Yi Jian did not want to alarm the school leaders on the first day of school, so she smiled and stopped her. Jiasin, let's not talk about the past anymore. Thank you for defending me. Let me talk about it myself. With that, Yi Jian glanced at Ying. Suddenly, she found a look of disappointment in Yi Ying's eyes. Alarm bells went off in Yi Jian's heart and her eyes darkened. Did she miss something? Yi Qian glanced at Teacher Tong, who had remained silent and had a serious expression on her face. Yi Qian came to a realization. She knew what she had missed. Yi Ying wanted to expand her influence to the point where even the school's leaders would be alarmed. She wanted to leave a deep impression on the school's leaders that she was a troublemaker on the first day of school. That way, there would be many opportunities to slip away from her. She was a troublemaker. Chapter 397. No, she even included in Jiasin in her calculations. As one of the instigators of the conflict, and Jiasin, a student whose grades were not as good as Yi Ying's, would also be implicated in this matter and leave the school leaders with a bad impression of her as someone who wanted to stir up trouble. Sure enough, she had improved. This was a trick that killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Jian, who had seen through her trick, faced all her classmates again. She was not afraid in the face of danger. She maintained a faint smile and said word by word seriously, I am qualified to stand here and skip grades because I am qualified to pass the exam with my own strength. And my grades are enough to prove that I entered the provincial first high school fair and square, just like all the other students. Maybe you don't believe it, but that's the truth. I didn't get any extra marks, but I still got into the provincial first high school. This is my ability. Her voice was very calm, but it had a majestic aura. Every word seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, making the hearts of the students tremble slightly. The confident Yi Qian was like an unclimbable mountain, standing tall and lofty. Ying almost laughed out loud when she heard this. You can't even check your grades. How can you be fair and square? That's strange. Ying, didn't you say that you lost your composure because you haven't seen me for more than a year? Why are you now mentioning that you can't even check my grades? Have you checked them? Yi Qian looked at Yi Ying, whose face was beginning to stiffen with confusion. He asked her in a casual tone, There's something I don't quite understand. Only I know my student ID. Only the teachers can check a student's grades. Ying, may I ask, how do you know that you can't check my grades? You never check my grades, but you don't know if I'm home. Don't you think your words are contradictory? Ying was not the only one who had improved. In the year that he had not seen her, Yi Qian knew better how to retaliate against Ying. He had seen through her tricks, so he just had to deal with it calmly. The students' gazes were all dark and unclear. They were all second-year high school students and were only a year or two away from adulthood. They more or less knew what they should know. At this moment, even the most insensitive of students could see that something was wrong with Ying. He was obviously making fun of Yi Qian. I'm just worried about whether you're back or not, so I wanted to check your results. After all, you had your reasons for dropping out of school last year. You don't have to be so nervous. Just tell us that you can rely on your own strength. Yi Ying's face was extremely stiff. Even her cheeks were frozen. Her gaze flickered unnaturally as she avoided the main point and said, I also believe in my sister's ability, but you have to stand out and explain. Let the other students know that you entered the school fairly and justly. This matter could not be explained clearly. Even if Yi Qian relied on his own abilities to pass the exam, he knew that today would definitely leave a seed of doubt in the hearts of some of his classmates. His high school life would not be too peaceful. The corners of Yi Qian's mouth curled up slightly. He said with a faint smile, It's true that my results can't be found. It's not because I didn't pass, but because someone framed me last year. Just in case, the Provincial Education Bureau hid my results. After he finished speaking, he leaned slightly to the side and said to Teacher Tong, Teacher Tong, I have a presumptuous request. Can you show me my middle school entrance exam so that Yi Ying can rest assured? He was not angry, nor did he criticize Yi Ying's actions. It was just a pure explanation. There was no trace of anger at all. Chapter 398. This was using gentleness to overcome strength. Using gentleness to resist the other party's aggressiveness. Who was cute, who was hateful, who was easier to get along with. As long as the students weren't blind, they could tell. Teacher Tong liked Yi Qian more and more. She was gentle but firm. She was neither anxious nor impatient, and she had the demeanor of a noble. When she heard what Teacher Tong said, she smiled and said, I have already prepared for this. The general consensus for this year's middle school exams is that they are very difficult. We have seen them too. It can be said that this is the most difficult exam in the last 5 years. Teacher Tong opened the drawer of the podium and took out a craft paper folder. Inside it was Yi Qian's exam paper. Student Yi Qian did such a difficult exam and achieved 4th place in the province without 3 additional points. This kind of result is more than enough to get into our provincial number 1 middle school. After Tong Laoxian finished speaking, everyone in the class sucked in a breath of cold air. 4th place in the province without 3 additional points. Was this a perfect score for every exam? The classroom was silent. Not a single student whispered or looked at Yi Qian with suspicion. It was unbelievable. It was completely unimaginable. She actually managed to get 4th place in the province in the middle school exams. Fair and just. Yi Qian used her ability to tell the class that she used her results to get into the provincial number 1 middle school. Who would dare to question her? Who would dare to doubt her? Other than the 3 points deducted for the essay, student Yi Qian got full marks for every exam. If she had those 3 results, she would definitely be the provincial number 1 middle school student. As Teacher Tong spoke, she walked down from the podium and placed the test paper on Yi Ying's desk. She sighed and said, You children, if even the test is not fair and impartial, then the entire education system will fall into a state of eternal damnation. After 10 years of hard work, student Yi Qian has already experienced unfair treatment once. However, she is not discouraged. She used her ability to win another chance to go to school. Come, Yi Ying, your results are not bad. Let's take a look at the math questions first. Then, close the exam paper and go to the blackboard to solve the geometry question again. When Yi Ying received the test paper, her face was as colorful as a dye house, intertwining with each other. Gradually, tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Teacher Tong and sobbed. Teacher, I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. I just want to know why. Yi Ying, if you want to know why, I have no objections. However, Your actions have once again hurt a student who has already been treated unfairly. So, your apology is not to the teacher, but to Yi Qian. In Teacher Tong's eyes, Yi Ying's tears were not worth forgiving or sympathizing with if the tears were just to hide her own darkness. He placed the other physics paper in front of a boy in the first year of high school. The chemistry paper was placed in the hands of a boy who also had good grades. Then, he placed the language paper in front of a girl. Come and take a look. Fairness and justice are in the papers in your hands. As for why student Yi Qian skipped a grade to become a second year of high school, I didn't want to add more pressure on you. But now, I can tell you that Yi Qian took this year's college entrance exam and passed it in the same amount of time. Her results will not be a problem at all. How many of you could be like her, passing a second-year exam after only 1 year of high school? Most importantly, Yi Qian even took a year off from school. Chapter 399. Hearing this, Ying almost tore the test paper in her hand in half. The shock on her face was even greater. Her eyes were fixed on the test paper. What? This wretched girl passed the entrance exam for a second-tier university. Impossible. How could she surpass me? She passed the entrance exam for a second-tier university without even going to high school. Wow, that's amazing. The question sheets are so clean, and so are the rest of the questions. No wonder she participated in the World Mathematical Olympiad. The geometry questions at the back are indeed a bit difficult. If you want me to solve them now, I'll have to give it a try. The girl who sat next to Yi Ying had good grades in science. After seeing Yi Qian's test paper, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. She was only impressed by Yi Qian's test paper. She didn't notice that Yi Ying's face was already covered with dark clouds, as if a storm was coming at any time. Yi Qian had already returned to her temporary seat. She was very tall, so she was very eye-catching sitting in the front. In the following self-introductions, the students who walked up to the podium would first take a second look at her before they started. When it was Yi Ying's turn to introduce herself, a boy joked, "We all know you, and we all remember you." Unintentional words were even more hurtful, especially to someone like Yi Ying, who always wanted to show off her superiority. The boy's teasing was like a dagger fiercely stabbing in her heart. It made her the laughingstock of the class. When she came down, she glanced at Yi Qian from the corner of her eyes. She wanted to warn Yi Qian to show that she wasn't afraid. Who knew that Yi Qian didn't even look at her? Instead, he was talking to a girl behind him, with a faint smile on his face. Yi Ying's eyes stung as she looked away angrily. After sitting down, she was like a proud peacock, using beautiful feathers to disguise herself and hide her insidious heart. The half-an-hour morning self-study session didn't let the 60 students in the class finish their self-introductions. After class, Teacher Tong seemed to have forgotten to let Yi Ying do the questions on the blackboard. When the bell rang, she only said, "The next 2 classes are math exams. Students, you have 10 minutes to prepare yourselves." How was he mentally prepared? It was like a bolt from the blue. Amidst the wailing, Xianxia rushed to Yi Qian as if nothing had happened. She clung onto Yi Qian like a koala. "My Jane Eyre, you've kept me in the dark for so long." And Xianxia, who had spent the whole summer watching period dramas, still hadn't gotten over it. Every time she opened her mouth, she would speak in a strange tone. "Why didn't you tell me that day? Tell me, why didn't you tell me?" Yi Qian almost fainted from her strangling. "Because I want to go to high school safely. I don't want anything like last year to happen again. Understand? You're right. I'm happy now, so I forgive you this time." Being in the same school and class as her good friend again made Xianxia even happier than if she had won a ranking. The smile on Xianxia's face was so wide that her eyes were about to become slits. There were only 10 minutes before class ended, but all the students who came to talk to Yi Qian found that she could accurately say their names after they introduced themselves once. By the time the math and language exams were over, she had already memorized the names of all the students in the class in just one morning. IQ and memory really have to be compared to know who's better. I'm impressed. With her IQ and memory, she could choose from any of the top universities in the country. She's amazing. She can't be compared to her at all. For both exams, she only used 1 class to hand in the papers. Pressure, pressure. Chapter 400. Seeing that even the top student in the cohort felt pressured, the other boys in the cafeteria laughed and said, "Bro, I'm afraid the top student in the cohort won't be guaranteed. That's normal. Yi Qian will crush us in terms of IQ, memory, and learning range. The top student in the cohort will become the uncrowned king." The top student in the cohort wasn't tall, only about 1.7 meters. He had a few pimples on his face and was a gentle and easygoing guy. He didn't feel pressured by Yi Jian's arrival, so he smiled and said, "8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing his own abilities. We don't have to compete with Yi Jian's results, we just have to stabilize our own. Comparing grades with her will only make us feel more pressured. Also," he paused and said, "also, I think Yi Qian is easy to get along with. We can ask her if there's anything we don't understand. I don't think she'll reject helping each other and improving each other. That's right. I also think Yi Qian is easy to get along with. That Ying, hee, I'm afraid she's not easy to get along with. She's not as pretty as Yi Qian. Fuck, go to hell. You're always staring at girls." The 5 boys joked and laughed as they walked to the cafeteria. Ying, who had been walking alone behind them, heard their conversation and felt her blood boiling in her chest. The hatred in her heart deepened. Ying bit her lower lip so hard that teeth marks appeared. Yi Qian, that damned thing. As long as she appeared, she wouldn't have a good day. No, she had to think of a way to get rid of her. She had to think of a way. It would be best if she could make this person disappear from this world forever. Ying, who had wanted to eat in the cafeteria, turned around and jogged to the snack bar. Yi Jifan was about to get off work when he saw that the call was from the school snack bar. He quickly sat down and picked up the phone. "Hello, Ying. How come you still have time to call Dad on the first day of class?" "Dad." Yi Qian came to the provincial first high school. It's not that we can't check her grades, but the Provincial Education Bureau deliberately hid her grades. "Dad, what should I do?" Now, the whole class revolves around her. I finally managed to get into class 1, but she appeared. What? Yi Qian has arrived at the provincial first high school, but he didn't have her results at all. Even the usually calm Yi Jifan paused for a moment. His eyes darkened as he asked in a low voice, "Did she say anything else?" "What?" "She didn't say anything. She just said that she relied on her grades to get into the provincial first high school. Moreover, Dad, she was ranked 4th in the province." Ying gnashed her teeth as she spoke. When she mentioned her grades, her facial features twisted again. "Dad, you can't let her stay in school. You can't. I can't lose to her. I want her to disappear from the school. I want her to disappear completely. Dad, you have to help me. You have to help me." Yi Jifan, who was in a state of shock, felt his heart skip a beat. Even the Provincial Education Bureau came out to protect Yi Jian, which meant that there really was someone behind her. "No, Ying, you have to calm down. Listen to Dad. Yi Qian must have someone secretly helping her. Now, Dad has something to tell you. Since you're in the same class as her, pay attention to who is helping her. Let Dad find out more before he makes a move. Remember, Yi Qian came prepared. You can't be careless. You have to act calmly. Also, you have to maintain a good relationship with the sons and daughters of the high-ranking officials. If necessary, let them deal with Yi Qian. You can't make a move easily. Do you understand?" Chapter 401. When Ying heard that she still needed to endure it, tears streamed down her face. However, she understood Yi Jifan's advice. She cried as she replied, I know. Dad, I'll pay attention to who's behind her. You can step in when the time comes." "Dad will definitely step in for you, but not now." Yi Jifan's heart sank. He was very worried that his daughter would lose her composure because of Yi Qian's return. After a heavy sigh, he seemed to have an idea. He covered the microphone with his hand and lowered his voice. "Ying, you must hold onto the jade pendant well. Dad can tell you that this jade pendant is very useful. Even if Yi Qian has someone behind her, she's still just an ordinary citizen with some small achievements. You will definitely not be an ordinary citizen in the future. Trust Dad. Bear with it for a while and calm the waves. Take a step back and the world will be wide open. It won't be too late to settle the score with her after we find out the truth." Ying was stunned. Why did he mention the jade pendant again? It sounded like it wasn't just a little important. Could it be that there was a secret on the jade pendant? This jade pendant was Yi Qian's. Dad, is the jade pendant really that important? I've heard you mention it countless times. Ying took out the jade pendant. Because it was an expensive piece of jade, she used it as a decoration when she played with her classmates whose parents were officials in the first year of high school. Yi Zhifan originally wanted to keep his secret until his daughter went to university. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Yes, it's very important, very important. It's a symbol of status. A symbol of status? Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat. She was overjoyed. So you're saying that as long as I have this jade pendant, Yi Qian will live at my whim for the rest of his life? Isn't that right, Dad? Isn't that right? She was anxious to get confirmation. Her voice was anxious and trembling. Yes, Ying. So, before Yi Zhifan could finish, Ying hurriedly said, so, there's no need for me to be jealous of her grades, right? Because no matter how good her grades are, they'll never be as good as yours, right? After laughing, Yi Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as she asked doubtfully, however, there's still something I don't quite understand. Why does this piece of jade represent an identity? Dad, please tell me. I need some consolation. I don't want to lose to that wretched girl Yi Qian. Yi Zhifan knew that once he said that the jade represented an identity, then his daughter would definitely ask about it. After a soft sigh, he said in a low voice, I'm not too sure myself. When your aunt sacrificed herself, this piece of jade was sent back together with her belongings. Not long after Dad became the village chief, he received a call saying that he wanted me to take good care of the jade and not tell son Xueqing's daughter about it. Son Xueqing, Yi Qian's mother. As for this piece of jade, Dad kept it because he thought it was valuable. When Dad was promoted to the position of mayor, the head of the city even talked to Dad personally. His words hinted that someone was helping Dad in the dark. In this world, there is no such thing as kindness without reason or resentment, and there is no such thing as help without a purpose. After thinking about it, Yi Zhifan guessed that the person behind this piece of jade had been secretly helping him all this time. That was why he said that this piece of jade represented an identity. If it wasn't someone with an identity, how could they help him? But Ying, these are all Dad's guesses. Also, you have to do your best. Her grades are good, so you have to do better than her. My precious daughter is so smart. How could she be defeated by someone who has been inferior to her since she was young? Chapter 402. Compared to Sun Donqing, Yi Zhifan's words ignited Yi Ying's fighting spirit more. That's right. If her grades were good, then as long as her grades were better, wouldn't all problems be solved? After hanging up the phone, Yi Ying felt that all her worries had disappeared, and her chin was slightly raised. Even when she walked, her gaze was slightly raised. It was a sense of superiority. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Qian and Jiaxin and 4 other girls from the same dormitory whom they had met briefly went to the cafeteria to eat. Just as they were about to reach the cafeteria, they bumped into Yi Ying, who had just returned from a phone call. Their gazes met, and the air seemed to freeze. Seeing this, Yi Ying glanced at the girls. Her eyes were filled with disdain. At first glance, she could tell that they were all from ordinary families. Birds of a feather flocked together. People of different backgrounds would associate with the same people. Sister, call home when you're free. My dad is very worried about you. Yi Ying, who spoke, unconsciously touched the pendant on her chest. She smiled and said, I just called my dad to tell him that you're back. Yi Qian did not want to involve her classmates in the dispute between her and Yi Ying. She smiled at Jiaxin and said, Jiaxin, go to the cafeteria with Xiaoyi and the rest first. Help me get food too. Thank you. But, and Jiaxin was worried. However, when she met Yi Qian's slightly heavy gaze, she immediately nodded. She pulled the girls from the same dormitory and said softly, Let's go first. Once the students left, Yi Ying's ugly face was completely revealed. With a gloomy gaze, she laughed softly and said, Stupid girl, don't think that you can surpass me just because you're back at #1 middle school. Like people live like that. As for you, don't even think about surpassing me. Who's going to compete with you? Yi Ying, it looks like you're the one who's competing with me. Yi Qian smiled. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, but she did not seem to be sweating at all. She was refreshed, and her eyes were as beautiful as water. I stopped because I want to tell you that getting into #1 middle school is not a big deal. It's hard for you to get into #1 middle school, but for me, it's extremely easy. His words pierced Yi Ying's heart. Her expression changed, and she said fiercely, "So what? I'll let you be proud today, but just you wait and see. With your status, you don't deserve to be compared to me." When it came to bickering, Ying had always lost every battle. After she lost, she would leave in a huff. But before she left, her gloomy eyes that clearly had other intentions made Yi Qian frown slightly. After talking to Yi Jifan on the phone, it seemed like he had received some advice. In that case, he had to be more careful. The episode ended as quickly as it started. When Yi Qian went to the cafeteria, and Jiasin had already ordered the food. Not only was there a girl from the same dormitory sitting next to her, but there were also other students from her class. In the cafeteria, Zhang Bin from class 4 was carrying a plate and looking for Yi Qian. He wanted to come over after the math test, but he was caught by the PE teacher to move the sports equipment. Now that it was noon, he rushed to the cafeteria to look for Yi Qian. Because there was still a week of military training in the first year of high school, the cafeteria was slightly empty and not too crowded. Soon, he heard in Jiasin's voice. Following the direction of the voice, he saw Yi Qian. Not only were the two of them sitting together, but there were also a few other students sitting nearby. They were chatting and laughing with Yi Qian. They seemed to have a good relationship, and a few of them were students with excellent grades in the first year of high school. It could be seen that Yi Qian got along well with his classmates on the first day of school. Chapter 403. Zhang Bin looked at Yi Qian, who was surrounded by his classmates, and then looked at Jiasin. He thought about it and decided to look for them after school. A boy patted Zhang Bin's shoulder and laughed. "Hey, Zhang Bin, you're looking at Jiasin again. If you really like her, why don't you write her a love letter? It's good to let her know. But you have to be careful. Don't let the teacher find out. Their homeroom teacher, Miss Tong, is quite nice, but she can be quite scary when she's strict." "What are you talking about?" "The transfer student from class 1, Yi Qian, is also my junior high school classmate." The voices gradually faded away. Yi Qian looked at Zhang Bin, who had walked far away, and whispered to Jiasin, "Let's go look for Zhang Bin after class." "Why should we look for him? He doesn't have time in the afternoon. He's a sports student, so he has to train every afternoon after school. Also, he doesn't live on campus. He lives at his grandmother's house." Zhang Bin's father was from Fujian town, but his mother was from the provincial capital. And Jiasin, who had always been carefree, was more attentive this time. She whispered, "Zhang Bin's father doesn't have much contact with his grandmother's family. I heard that his mother fell out with her family because she wanted to marry into the countryside. In the future, when you see Zhang Bin, don't ask him where he lives. He doesn't want to talk about it." Hearing this, Yi Qian looked at Jiasin with a smile in his eyes. He purposely dragged out his words and said, "Not bad. You know how to care about people." "Who? Care about who?" The girls who didn't hear everything came closer. Soon, they were all laughing together again. Under the sunlight, the second-year students who hadn't entered the countdown to the college entrance exam were still smiling. Yi Ying, who had lost to Yi Qian again, was slapping the tree leaves fiercely and cursing. "Yi Ying, over here. Everyone is looking for you." A girl blocked Yi Ying's path and pulled her toward Swan Lake without any explanation. "It's an emergency. We didn't do our summer homework. Hurry up and help us." The us the girl was referring to was the classmates that Yi Jifan had told Yi Ying to build a good relationship with. They were not from powerful families, but they were rich. When Yi Ying saw the girl, her eyes flickered. She smiled and said, "Sure, but don't blame me if I do something wrong." She came at the right time. She was just thinking about how to deal with Yi Qian. "TSK, you're the one with the best grades among us. Even if you're wrong, you're more correct than us. Let's go." The girl pushed Yi Ying's shoulders with both hands and said with a smile, "It's an emergency. We have to finish it by noon. If necessary, they could use the sons and daughters of officials to deal with Yi Qian." Yi Jifan's ruthless voice kept ringing in Yi Ying's ears. "Great, isn't this an opportunity? Yi Qian, let's see how you'll survive in school after offending my friends. After lunch, Yi Qian went back to the dormitory to tidy up her bed. Just as Teacher Tong had said, the strong were respected by others. After lunch, the 6 people in the dormitory had a certain understanding of each other. The other 4 girls were even happier to be in the same dormitory as Yi Qian. They helped her pack her luggage and went to the convenience store to buy daily necessities like buckets. After lunch, the 6 people in the dormitory had a harmonious relationship. Teacher Tong had spent some effort in arranging the dormitory. She had arranged for a few gentle girls to be in the same dormitory as Yi Qian. In the afternoon, when the math test results came out, Yi Qian was unsurprisingly first in the class. His score was 24 points higher than Jiao Hai's. Chapter 404. This test was a demonstration of one's ability. Even if some students were suspicious of Yi Ying's words, they could only keep their mouths shut. Yi Ying stared at her score. She bit her lower lip and subconsciously looked towards a seat by the classroom door. That was Yi Qian's seat. She happened to see the students at the back table lean over to look at Yi Qian's paper. After hearing a low gasp, Yi Ying felt as if her heart had been violently slammed into. Teacher Zhu wrote the highest score on the blackboard. There are 2 students in the class who scored full marks. One is Yi Qian, and the other is Jiao Hai. Yi Qian's paper showed no signs of tampering. The time he took to hand in the paper was 34 minutes. Yi Qian is first in this test. Jiao Hai was the first male student in the grade. I won't say much about the lowest score. I know that you all have relaxed after the summer break and didn't study properly. This test is just a reminder that school is about to start, so it's time to settle down. Yi Ying looked at her math results. She bit her lower lip even harder. She had always been good at liberal arts and bad at science. If it weren't for the fact that Teacher Tong only taught the science class, she wouldn't have insisted on transferring to the science class. But now, she had widened the gap between them with just one test. She had to work hard. She couldn't drag her results down. She seemed to have thought of something. She touched her chest, tilted her head, and lightly glanced at Yi Qian, who was looking down at his paper. The corners of her mouth curved into a contemptuous sneer. So what if your results are good? This society relies on connections. It doesn't matter. You're just a small citizen with some achievements. You'll never be a big shot. Yi Jian raised her head. She knew who was looking at her. It was just a guy with delusions. Yi Jian thought to herself, he is just a guy with delusions. Teacher Zhu only explained a few key questions in class. She then said to Yi Qian, Yi Qian, come up and explain the solution to the last question. Connect the points O and M of the circle and make the string MN. When Yi Jian was explaining, her voice was particularly soft, and it had a magical power that could make people focus all their attention on one point. Cicadas were chirping outside the window, and there was only the sound of the leaf fan hanging on the ceiling rotating in the classroom. All the students in the class were listening to her explanation carefully, and there was no extra sound. Only when the value of point N is taken on a semicircular arc that does not include point M. Our answer is obvious. Yi Jian wrote down her analysis step by step on the blackboard as she explained the questions. Some white chalk foam fell on her black hair. As she turned around, the ends of her hair swayed slightly, and the white powder fell off. The math class passed by quietly. Yi Qian's analysis process was written on the blackboard. Some students were still copying the answers on the blackboard step by step. There were also students who took their test papers to answer Yi Qian. The students who asked the questions had forgotten that Yi Qian had taken a year off from school and skipped a grade to enter the second year of high school. It had only been a day, but they all had the feeling that they had been in the same class as her all along. It was as if they had known each other for years. Just as Teacher Tong said, Yi Qian never rejected her classmates' questions. However, she had a good grasp of her limits. She didn't know how to solve everyone's questions. She imperceptibly told her classmates her principles. She couldn't help them all the time. In the end, they still had to rely on themselves. Class 1 was a class that didn't relax even after class. They listened attentively in class and discussed enthusiastically after class. They only returned to their seats after the bell rang for language class. Chapter 405. Ms. Tong was also holding the test papers from the morning. She handed them in groups and then distributed them to the class. At the age of 52, she stood on the podium and scanned the class with a serious look. After summer vacation, I believe that all of you have a better understanding of your results. The winner of this test is Yi Jian, who won first place in mathematics and literature. I won't criticize or praise anyone. It won't be too late to talk about it after the test at the end of the month. Yi Qian's ability in this test is obvious to all of you. I don't want to hear any bad rumors in class in the future. Do you hear me? Other than Ying, the rest of the students raised their voices and replied, "Yes, we heard it." Okay, let's arrange the seats according to height. The taller ones can stand at the back. Ms. Tong only said a few words about the test and used the rest of the time to arrange the seats. Even though she didn't say anything, all the students understood that the difference of 1 point could be as big as the difference between heaven and earth. 1 point higher could get them admitted to a key university. 1 point lower could mean they would fail. Ying lowered her head, not because of her score, but because of Ms. Tong's words. The corners of her eyes turned red as she lowered her head. Her hands gripped the edge of her skirt tightly. Her lowered gaze was like the tip of a needle. It was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. The first day of school passed in a tense atmosphere. When the school gates opened, the sun was already setting. Half of the sky was covered in a gorgeous glow. The students who didn't have boarding houses left the school in groups of 3 or 5. After a while, the boys rode their bicycles and brushed past the girls, leaving behind their whistles and screams. Xia Jinyuan looked at the group of youthful high school students walking out of the school and couldn't help but smile. Not bad. Little Fox is also in her second year of high school. The tall and slender man stood elegantly at the school gates with his hands in his pockets. His reserved and elegant temperament had already attracted the attention of countless students. When they saw his face clearly, several high school girls covered their mouths and deliberately walked past him with blushing faces. Yi Qian rubbed his forehead helplessly. Didn't he know to find a less crowded place to wait for him? Do I have to stand at the school gate and wait for wave after wave of students? It was too eye-catching to go over like this. Or Yi Jian was still thinking about going over later when she saw Yi Ying, who had gone out with the other students, standing in front of Xia Jinyuan. He was surprised that Ying knew him too. How could Ying know him? However, she had laughed and said that she thought he looked familiar, so the girls started to tease her. Then it must be fate. It looks like he's waiting for someone. I wonder whose brother he is. Go and ask him. Then he was shoved in front of Xia Jinyuan, which was what Yi Qian saw. The little girl was fooling around in front of him. Not only was her eyes wanton, but they were also flickering. Major Xia's expression remained unchanged as he took a step to the side, patiently waiting for his little fox to come over. If Ying hadn't wanted to come over herself, she wouldn't have pushed it over so easily. But when the somewhat familiar man in front of him acted as if he didn't see him, he was embarrassed and angry at the same time. Chapter 406. Ying didn't want to be ignored, so she took the initiative to speak up. Soon, something even more embarrassing happened. The man who was standing by her side just walked away. Xia Jinyuan didn't look at the girl standing in front of him, not even glancing at her from the corner of his eye. All his attention was focused on the school, so he didn't recognize Yi Ying, who had shoulder-length hair and a small bow on her temples. He never liked girls who took the initiative. When he heard their self-righteous whispers, a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. Out of gentlemanly behavior, he just walked a little further away to wait. 20 minutes ago, he asked the school guards to look for her in class. Now that the guards had all returned, she was the only one who hadn't appeared. TSK, TSK, TSK. She probably saw him standing at the school gate where students were coming and going and didn't want to come over. It couldn't be helped. The girl was thin-skinned and didn't want to be close to him. She didn't come out not because she didn't come out, but because she wanted to wait until there were fewer people. Therefore, Major Xia didn't know Yi Qian well. Ying, help me find out. The girl, who had always been close to Yi Ying, was someone Yi Ying wanted to befriend and whose parents worked in the government, urged Yi Ying to step forward. Ask him who he's looking for, so we can find out more about him in the future. When a 16 or 17-year-old girl became bold, it was really hard for people to take it. Ying didn't want to embarrass herself, but she didn't want to reject the girl's request either. She smiled gently and said, "We can ask the school guards and see if they know who he's looking for. Isn't that better? It won't seem like we're taking the initiative, and they'll know what we want." "Oh, Ying, why are you so smart? Let's go ask." The girl seemed to be overjoyed when she heard this. She grabbed Ying's wrist and walked towards the gate guards. Ying, who was about to go over, suddenly realized that if she really went with the girl to ask the school guards, wouldn't she be laughed at by the school guards who saw students every day? She hurriedly grabbed the girl and said to the other two girls, Dan, Lemay, you two quickly stop this crazy person. If we really go to the school guard and ask, the four of us will definitely be found out by the teacher. Instead of studying properly, you actually have the audacity to ask about a strange man. Ying did not say that she was embarrassing herself and rejected them with the excuse that she was doing it for the good of everyone. It had to be said that Ying had her own way of getting along with these classmates who were from well-off families. Just like Yi Jifan, he was talented in such matters. Hearing her words, the two girls who were watching the show hurriedly reached out their hands. The girl who looked like she really wanted to ask the security guard said in unison, "It's done, Yao Jing. Ying is most afraid of teachers, and you're still causing trouble for her. She helped us solve our summer homework this afternoon. You can't go back on your word and let her be criticized by the teacher." "What a coward. Chung, don't ask anymore. I saw that man. He didn't react at all when he saw Ying standing in front of him. He's probably a difficult person to get along with." Yao Jing's parents both worked in the government, and she had been pampered since she was young. After glancing at Ying, she raised her eyebrows and laughed. "Look at how scared you guys are. Do you think I'll really ask? Silly. It's the first day of school, and I'm already walking into the muzzle of a gun." Hearing this, Ying's heart skipped a beat. None of these students who came from rich and powerful families were stupid. Although their grades were bad, they were all smart people. Chapter 407. If she hadn't stopped Yao Jing in time, she wouldn't have been able to get into their circle starting tomorrow. Yi Qian saw everything clearly and was amused by Xia Jinyuan's behavior. She pursed her lips and giggled. After watching him walk towards a green belt on the right, Yi Qian came out of her hiding place and walked towards the school gate. After walking less than a meter, she heard the new class monitor's voice behind her. "Mom, I finally found you." Vice class monitor Yi Qian. "Did you forget to go to the teacher's meeting room after school? Hurry up, Teacher Tom will be waiting for you later." If he hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten. When the school guard told her that her brother was waiting for her at the school gate, her mind went blank. She was afraid that Major Xia would say something else, so she threw the textbook in her hand and rushed towards the school gate without even taking her bag. She didn't even remember about the meeting. "Teacher Tong isn't here yet, right? I'm sorry, class monitor. I have something urgent to attend to." "I didn't mean to forget," Yi Qian explained. She felt bad for troubling someone to look for her. Class monitor Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw her nervous and apologetic look. Boys had loud voices and were going through puberty, so his laughter sounded weird. "Why are you so nervous?" "I just thought that since today is the first day of the meeting with the teacher, we should leave a good impression on Teacher Tong. Besides, I'm a class monitor. How can I be left behind when I take the lead?" "It's okay. Teacher Tong isn't here yet. She's in the principal's meeting room." Yi Qian felt a little relieved after hearing his words. Just as Lu Xian said, she was indeed a little nervous. When dealing with male soldiers, she could be rough with them. However, when dealing with students, Yi Qian inevitably had to be stricter with herself. She had never been to high school, so she was unfamiliar with this environment. Although she acted calm in front of the whole class, she was just trying her luck. However, Xia Jinyuan was still waiting for her outside. Since Teacher Tong hadn't come yet, she had to run out and inform him first. It wasn't that she didn't want to come, but something had happened in class. Yi Qian then said to LVXen, "Class rep, my brother." After he finished speaking unnaturally, he swallowed his saliva and said vaguely, "He's waiting for me outside. Give me 3 minutes. I'll tell him to go back first." "Sure, I'll wait for you. Go quickly." Lu Xian agreed readily, and really stood there waiting for Yiqian to come over. Yiqian was running all the way to the campus. He was running towards the green belt that she had seen him running towards. Where is he? He ran over, but didn't see anyone. Yiqian didn't have much time to look around, but he didn't see anyone he was familiar with. Did he leave? Why did she come out after she left? Looking for me? A cheerful voice came from behind her. Xia Jinyuan walked over leisurely with a bottle of mineral water in his hand and teased, 25 minutes. Did you just come over for dinner? In fact, he had already seen her running out in a hurry, but he didn't say anything because he wanted to see her look when she was looking for him. Yiqian heard the voice behind her, so she turned around and said, Captain Xia, I have a class meeting. The class monitor is here. I'm sorry. I have to go back now. I was afraid that you would be waiting outside, so I ran out to look for you. As she spoke, she couldn't help but look around, as if she was afraid that her classmates would notice her. However, this caused Xia Jinyuan to laugh in a low voice. Chapter 408. Xia Jinyuan laughed involuntarily as he looked at the slender figure who was even more hurried than him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he pondered whether he should come over at night or wait for her to finish her class. If he waited for her to finish her class, it was only 5:30 p.m., and it would take a few hours to reach 9 p.m. Why did he feel like a wife-gazing rock? The slender figure quickly met up with a boy. Then, the two of them hurriedly walked side by side into the school grounds. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching the whole time, narrowed his eyes dangerously. They were getting a little too close. Should he mention it at night? The boy was immature, but the little fox he had his eyes on was immature as well. They were both still young and inexperienced. If they accidentally fell in love, he wouldn't even have a chance to cry. He didn't even dare to taste the little girl he had raised for more than 2 years. If another boy not only tasted her freshness, but also plucked the forbidden fruit that was not yet ripe, he would vomit blood. Thinking back to his high school life, the young masters in the capital all matured early. There were a few who had some money at home, and as soon as the fertility function was put to use, they would immediately find a clean and pretty lady and play with her happily. The boys nowadays were much more daring than before. They weren't even fully grown, yet they already had the bad habit of getting physical. No, he had to remind the little fox to set her sights higher. She couldn't be blinded by a little boy who was still wet behind the ears. In the school grounds, Liu Xian saw a camphor leaf fall into Yi Qian's shoulder-length black hair. He raised his hand to remove it, but Yi Qian moved sideways faster than he could raise his hand. He dodged to the side and laughed. There's a leaf in my hair? Camphor leaves. Our school has a lot of camphor leaves, and leaves often fall into the hair of girls. Liu Xian, who was able to become the class monitor despite not having the best grades, immediately thought of something and explained, us boys often help girls remove leaves from their hair because of this. You don't mind. Yi Qian smiled and said naturally, I thought it was a bug and got a fright. This was how she interacted with her students. She couldn't directly say that she didn't like anyone to be close to her or have any intimate contact with her. There are insects too, but it's spring now. In the future, LVXIN didn't take it to heart. Everyone was getting to know each other, and he was indeed a little rash just now. Moreover, a beautiful girl like Yi Qian with good grades would more or less have her own principles. Xia Jinyuan saw this scene, and his sexy thin lips curled up into a smile. His little fox was quite principled. At the very least, she was still not used to having even the slightest bit of intimate contact with other boys under normal circumstances. Xia Jinyuan glanced at the school gate, where his little fox was nowhere to be seen. He was about to wait outside the school when he received a call from Xia Wei. He continued to stand under the shade of the tree and answer the call with a smile. Do you have any orders for me again? In the principal's meeting room, Principal Chow gestured for the teachers to circulate the photocopied documents in his hand. There were many teachers' meetings during the start of the school year, and this time, the teachers attending the meeting were the form teachers of the second and third years. Social practice activities will be fully implemented this year. Our province's #1 middle school has taken the lead. 7 of the first year's classes have already gathered together for military training. This document is the facts I just received. The Provincial Education Bureau has decided that there will be a social practice activity for the second and third years of high school this year, and it will be included as a compulsory course. The results will be recorded in the student records as one of the conditions for students to graduate. Chapter 409. Principal Chow sat at the head of the meeting and said seriously, "This is a practical activity to improve the students' ideological and political awareness, stimulate their patriotism, and strengthen their national defense and national security awareness. Therefore, our school must follow the arrangements closely and complete all the social practice activities for the second and third year classes in the second half of this year. In the meantime, the school will set up a student military training leadership group. Under the leadership group, the military training team will be responsible for the implementation of the students' military training and actively cooperate with the military training team to complete the arrangements and meetings for the second and third year classes." All the form teachers took the documents and read them. When they saw the military training schedule, they were all relieved. Fortunately, it did not take up the class time. The holidays were fine. They would definitely support it. Also, it was fine to let the delicate students get rid of their squeamishness. Principal Chow, who ended the meeting in less than 10 minutes, did not return to his office. Instead, he rushed to the school gate. After the meeting, Ms. Tong summarized Principal Chow's words and told the class committee. Yi Qian thought that she could not go back to the village to accompany Grandpa Jin on October 1st. She did not think that she could not have fun during the holidays. She only wanted to go back to the village during the holidays. "My dad said he would take me to Mount Huangshan during the 7-day break. Now it's over." After Ms. Tong left, the lifestyle committee member, Wang Rue, complained, "Why are we so unlucky to have a 7-day break to participate in the military training this year?" "Don't complain. Didn't you hear what Teacher Tong said? This will be recorded in the students' records as one of the conditions for graduation." LV Xian did not have any objections. He said happily, "I think it's pretty good. My dad said that if I don't get into university, I will join the army after high school. That's a good idea. However, I heard that being a soldier is very tough." Another boy laughed and said, "So what? I think it's pretty good to be a soldier." LV Xian, "Why don't we make an appointment? If we don't get into university, we will both join the army." Wang Rue complained about not having a holiday. LV Xian casually changed the topic. When everyone heard that there was military training during the 7-day break, their depressed mood rose again. This was also the role of the class monitor. Other than the lifestyle committee, literature committee, and vice class monitor who were all girls, the rest of the class committee were all boys. When it came to joining the army after graduation, the boys were quite interested. Yi Qian saw that they were in a heated discussion. When he packed up his textbooks, he said with a smile, "If one's a soldier, the whole family will be glorious. It's worth it to join the army for the glory of your family." This was an indispensable slogan for the annual conscription. When a girl from Yi Qian said it, the boys all burst into laughter. The arts committee member, Yi Ying, snorted in disdain. Graduating from high school and becoming a soldier? Wasn't he just a poor soldier? How unambitious. You guys continue your discussion. I still have a student union meeting to attend, so I'll take my leave first. Yi Ying, who looked down on them but didn't show it on her face, waved at them and left with an elegant smile. Her temperament was not bad, and her footsteps were very light when she left. Wang Rue sighed and said, "Yi Ying is the one in our class who looks like a girl the most. She has quite the temperament." On this point, Yi Qian agreed. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to take a pen." Yi Ying, who had clearly walked out of the classroom, returned. She must have heard Wang Rue's sigh. The smile on her pretty face became more genuine. "If there's anything, you can come and find me at any time." Chapter 410. Temperament was a combination of inner and outer appearance. Yi Ying, who did not say what she thought. Yi Jian smiled and looked at Yi Ying, who had deliberately turned back and said that she had forgotten to take something. Yi Jian had clearly seen through Yi Ying's thoughts. She was afraid that he would say something bad about her, so she turned back. Wang Rue sighed. No wonder she was so proud. Yi Ying thought too highly of herself. She had always been wary of Yi Zhifan, who had personally sent her daughter to become the wife of a high school official. This person was the one she was most wary of. She looked at the time. The small meeting had taken half an hour. Xianxia shouldn't be waiting outside. Yiqian wasn't sure if he was waiting. After thinking for a few seconds, she finally ran to the school gate. After the last rays of the sun disappeared, the sky was gray. Standing at the school gate, Yiqian grabbed the railing with both hands and looked around. After confirming that there was no familiar figure, she returned to the dormitory. She left easily. Before leaving, Mr. Xia started the car and looked at the school through the rearview mirror. When he saw the gate slowly closing, he stepped on the gas and left. He returned to the hotel and parked his car. Just as he was about to enter the hotel lobby, he heard the sound of a car horn. After 2 beeps, Xianxia realized that it was him. He turned to look. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. So it really is Major Xia. Principal Chao got out of a black car that was about to drive out of the hotel. The car door opened but didn't close immediately. In the remaining light of the sky and the hotel street lights, Xianxia saw a clean figure sitting on the other side of the car seat. Elegant, but with habitual indifference. He had a good memory, especially as a special forces soldier. As long as he took a second look at someone or something, he would remember it. Although the person in the car didn't get out, Xianxia already knew who he was. Xianxia, the most talented son of the diplomatic Qin family. Xianxia met Xianxia during a diplomatic meeting between the two countries. He was in charge of the security of the country's leaders. Xianxia was the leader's interpreter. Including yesterday, they had met twice. Headmaster Chao, hello. Xianxia, who was dressed casually, nodded slightly and asked with a smile, sorry for troubling you last night, Principal Chao. I didn't expect you to be so busy with Yiqian until midnight. It wasn't convenient for us to go back to school, so we had to stay in a hotel for the night. Xianxia, who was in the car, slightly moved. Yiqian. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. It turned out that she had helped the criminal police unit to find the needle in the sea of people last night. It seemed that not only was she stunningly beautiful, she was also quite capable. Xianxia's slender, artistic hands gently flicked on his knees. His mind flashed back to yesterday morning when he saw the girl's face through a piece of glass. She seemed to be full of sunshine, stunning him. This student is quite patient. Thinking about how she accompanied him for more than 40 minutes at noon yesterday, Xianxia's thin lips curled up slightly. She was quite an interesting girl. Xianxia didn't know Xianxia. In his impression, he had never met Xianxia before. He, who didn't get to know people easily, sat in the car leisurely, enjoying the air conditioner and waiting for the greetings to end. I won't be joining you tonight. I still have something to do here. Next time, I'll have dinner with you as a token of my gratitude. Xianxia didn't have any intention of befriending Xianxia. He said a few words politely and watched Headmaster Chao get into the car. Tonight, he would look for his little fox. Other than the mission, he wouldn't talk about anything else. Chapter 411. After returning to the car, Principal Chao, who had come to pick up his nephew for dinner, sighed. Your generation in the capital is really full of talented people. If I'm not wrong, that Major Xia just now is the youngest major in family Xia. It's a pity that you two don't know each other. Otherwise, you could have chatted with him tonight. He continued, you two are staying in the same hotel, but you didn't bump into each other during the day? The youngest major in family Xia? Oh, so he's Xianxia. I stayed in my room all day. It's a pity that we didn't bump into each other. Xianxia, who was originally indifferent, tilted his head with a hint of interest. Although he said it was a pity, his handsome face did not show any signs of regret. He said calmly, my mother really wants to get to know him. Every time I return to the capital, she wants me to go out and set him up. Unfortunately, I'm in the civil service, and he's in the military. We even have different social circles, so how can we get to know each other? Your mother has ulterior motives. Even your father didn't participate in this kind of thing. You should stay away. Principal Chao laughed and exposed his sister's intentions. We're flying to Germany the day after tomorrow. Uncle is free tonight, so I'll take you to a place farther away to try the real specialties of Southern Province. Xianxia smiled. I'm not very particular about food. You can arrange it. Not long after the car left, Xia Yiwei entered the hotel. Xia Yiwei walked in her high heels, and the hotel staff was about to ask her about it when Xia Yiwei gently raised her hand. She did not say a single word and expressed her intentions clearly, causing the staff to keep quiet. It was the peak hour of the hotel, but even so, Xia Yiwei still saw her cousin, who was often talked about by the noble ladies in the capital. He was only 23 years old, but his temperament was as reserved as her uncle, Commander-in-Chief Xia. His calm and reserved expression was as cold as a sword. He looked gentle and elegant, but in fact, he was also a master who would turn hostile at any moment. As deep as the sea, as tall as the mountain, even his aura was so unfathomable. Who knew what he came to the provincial capital for? Thinking of old madam's instructions, Xia Yiwei perked up and walked toward Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting on the leather sofa in the lobby. His long legs were crossed, and he was reading the current affairs newspaper with a slight frown. "You're the first in our family to be so down-to-earth. Why don't you stay in a better 5-star hotel with SAP for the holidays?" Xia Yiwei, who was wearing a black slim-fit knee-length skirt, sat on the sofa opposite him and said half-jokingly, "However, this place is very close to the provincial #1 middle school." The few days of leave she had were all spent in the southern province. She didn't even think about going back to the capital. Even the old master and the old madam had some opinions about it. Xia Jinyuan put down the newspaper in his hand and glanced at his cousin, who was always capable and experienced. He raised his slender eyebrows and said half-jokingly, "I'm learning from you. Stay away from the capital to avoid being implicated. When you bring brother-in-law back to the capital, the old master and the old madam won't think about me anymore. So, you're here to keep an eye on me so that I can find a man?" Xia Yiwei opened a small metal box and took out a thin female cigarette. Her voice was slightly cold as she said, "Mind your own business. Don't interfere with my business." When she put down the newspaper, Xia Jinyuan stretched out his long arm and took away the unlit cigarette in her hand. He then broke it in two and threw into the ashtray. "I can't have any strange smell on me. Please forgive me. I know you can't have any strange smell on you. I just took it out to smell." Xia Yiwei glanced at him lightly and said, "The old madam gave me her phone number. You should at least go back to the capital and take a look." Chapter 412. After Xia Yiwei finished speaking, the elegant Xia Jinyuan calmly continued, "Madam Dowager told me to meet you more often during my stay in the provincial capital and to bring up the topic of marriage and children. She also said that she has yet to marry a granddaughter and is full of regrets. She is counting on you to fulfill her wish." The woman's face gradually turned cold, but he continued speaking unhurriedly. "Madam Dowager is the 4th leader of the Ministry of Culture since the founding of the country. Comrade Xia Yiwei, have you forgotten? The Ministry of Culture is a place to promote communication. Madam Dowager is the best at confiding in people. She is an expert in cleansing people's minds, bodies, and souls. I haven't even mentioned Madam Dowager, but you've already brought her up?" She meant that both of them had been warned by Madam Dowager, but she also hinted that she was only in contact with one of them. "Madam Dowager didn't mention anything about her contacting you in front of me." Xia Yiwei rubbed her forehead. If Madam Dowager wasn't so passionate about art and culture, she could have become the 5th leader of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Sure enough, even though she was old, as long as she was intelligent, the younger generation in the family was still no match for her. Xia Jinyuan glanced at Xia Yiwei, who had been tricked by Madam Dowager and had taken the initiative to listen to him, urging her to get married. He calmly repeated what Madam Dowager had said. "She's 34 years old. If she doesn't get married soon, her family Xia will have the first unmarried granddaughter. Madam Dowager said that she was too ashamed to retire in the capital and planned to return to her hometown." After listening for 5 minutes, Xia Yiwei felt like her head was about to explode. It was more tiring than working for a week. She was mentally exhausted. She waved her hand. She was so tired that she dragged her legs and stood up. "I've never seen you. You've never seen me. What else?" Xia Jinyuan also stood up and looked at his cousin who was trying to escape. The smile on his thin lips was somewhat unfathomable. "Sister, you must have forgotten to say something." I won't mention that high school student either. Xiao Wei raised her eyebrows and stretched out her hand. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Xia Jinyuan stretched out his hand. Both of them had secrets that they didn't want their families to find out, so cooperation was the most pleasant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven back to the hotel and would have waited for his little fox at the school gate. I have something to do at 9 o'clock. Miss Xia, don't call me unless it's an emergency. Xia Jinyuan put the newspaper away and said to the successful woman who had reached a consensus, Now, I need to leave. I won't wait for Miss Xia. Goodbye. Burning the bridge after crossing the river was actually referring to him. After taking 2 steps, Xia Jinyuan suddenly turned around and smiled gently at the expressionless Xiao Wei. A good man is also afraid of a strong woman. Sister, it's okay to lower yourself occasionally. There's no need to be too reserved. Just like me, tidying up his clothes, the smile on his handsome face had a deep meaning. Sometimes, I have to make the little fox I'm raising feel guilty and occasionally show my maturity so that she can only think that I'm qualified to be her partner. Chasing a little fox was a protracted battle. He had done all the preparations. In a classroom, Yi Qian glanced at his watch countless times as he flipped through the revision materials. Captain Xia said she would look for her tonight. She wouldn't really come, right? Chapter 413. He didn't go back to school last night. Could it be that he won't go back to the dormitory again tonight? No, I can't agree to let him go out. The dormitory teacher will check the dormitory tonight. But since he said he would come, based on my understanding of him, Captain Xia, who is a man of his word, will definitely come. Could it be that he came to school to look for me? That's not likely. The boarding system and management of the dormitory in the province were quite strict. How could the school guard let a strange man in at night? Climb over the wall? When she suddenly thought of this possibility, Yi Qian couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, it was also thanks to such a convulsive thought that his drifting thoughts were slightly restrained. That elegant soldier from Special Forces, a major, had climbed over the wall to look for him. The more Yi Qian thought about it, the more she wanted to laugh. She didn't know that Xia Jinyuan was by the Swan Lake at this time. Not only him, but also Headmaster Chun. She might come back a little late tonight. It's a rare opportunity, so I'll take her to have a look. If Xia Jinyuan wanted to come over, of course he would do it openly. But then again, if it was just to look for Yi Qian, the major did think about climbing over the wall. But even Yu Lao was on his side, giving him the opportunity to take little fox away. How could Principal Chun refuse something that would benefit Yi Qian's training? He smiled and said, I can leave you a back door, but Captain Xia, the girl still has to come for her morning self-study tomorrow morning. She can't get special treatment. Uncle Chun, don't worry. I'll bring her back before 1:30. Xia Jinyuan smiled calmly. Faced with the scrutiny of a world-class sniper, he said calmly, This training is for her replacement and will last for half a year. If it's possible, Uncle Chun, can you see if you can arrange some time for her to practice at night? Headmaster Chen looked at the young major in front of him, who was fighting for opportunities for the little girl, and joked, Captain Xia, you're investing, right? Investments are risky. Be careful that you don't lose everything. In a no-man's land, he remembered the young major's words. He said that he wanted the little girl to not easily fall in love during the few years she was studying. He wanted her to reach a standard that only he could meet when it came to choosing a boyfriend. However, love had always been unpredictable. Sometimes the person you liked was not as good as the person beside you, but you just had to fall in love with him. After a moment of silence, Xia Jinyuan sneered, Uncle Chun, I don't think this is an investment. This is a pursuit. I'm pursuing a good girl in my own way. It's just that she's still young and doesn't like to accept help from others. As for me, I'll point out a clear path appropriately. The rest is up to her to explore and move forward. Don't you think that I've been holding her hand and walking forward? When she needed help, I would not leave her. When she fell, I would be there for her. When she soared into the sky, I would still be by her side. Uncle Chun, do you think this kind of pursuit is not good? Not good. It was so good that he was speechless. He was so affectionate. He was afraid that if the girl knew, would she run away? The girl was used to being independent. Suddenly, there was a man who could walk side by side with her, and he was also his comrade. Principal Chen seemed to see how hard the major's pursuit was. Chapter 414. He could foresee how hard it would be, and this young major would know as well. Uncle Chun patted him on the shoulder with a smile and said encouragingly, "Perseverance is one of the qualities a soldier should have. Major, you've done well. I won't just do well. I will do so well that she will see me as a comrade who will walk hand in hand with her for the rest of her life, a comrade with double identities." Xia Jinyuan smiled and looked in the direction of the school building. The classroom was brightly lit. Yi Qian didn't know that someone was waiting for her outside until a boy behind her asked her a math question. She suddenly realized. She had laughed for half of the evening's self-study because of a baseless guess like, "Will Captain Xia climb over the wall to find me?" Classes were classes. Even during self-study, she couldn't think about things unrelated to her studies. Not even Captain Xia. Soon, Yi Jian, who had sobered up, adjusted her state of mind. During the second half of the evening self-study session, she had completely calmed down. She no longer let her imagination run wild, and she no longer thought about Major Xia, who had inadvertently disturbed her state of mind. The bell rang, and the originally quiet campus became a boiling cauldron of voices. Yi Qian carried her revision materials and walked towards the dormitory with Xianxia and the 4 girls in her dormitory. They chatted and laughed. When they were close to Swan Lake, Yi Qian saw a familiar figure pass by under the dim streetlights. She choked on her words and coughed. Even though he only passed by under the streetlights, Yi Qian knew very well that the person she saw was Major Xia, the person who made her unable to study properly during the first half of the evening's self-study period. Xia Jinyuan. He really entered the campus? He didn't really climb over the wall, did he? Yi Qian coughed even harder at the thought of this possibility. "You were fine. Why are you coughing? Did you catch a cold?" And Xianxia asked nervously. "My mom prepared some cold medicine for me. I'll take some when I get back to the dormitory." "Last night? You didn't come back last night. Did you catch a cold last night?" Yi Qian, who had finally managed to stop coughing, felt his heart pounding because of her words. Last night, she had slept with Captain Xia in a hotel and had almost hit him. He hurriedly said, I'm fine. I didn't pay attention when I was speaking just now, so I choked. Oh right, I forgot to take the revision materials that I wanted to read tonight. You guys go back to the dorm first. I'll come back later." All right, go quickly. I'll get the hot water for you. You can take a shower when you come back." And Xianxia could tell that there was nothing wrong with her voice. She had always been carefree, so she didn't think much of it. She just frowned and reminded her, "Then come back early. Don't forget the time when you're studying." After saying that, he pulled the girls in the dormitory and left while talking about some interesting things. There weren't many students strolling around Swan Lake at night. Only those students who were secretly in love would take the risk of being spotted by the patrolling teacher's flashlights. They would hide in a corner and talk about love while feeding mosquitoes. Yi Qian obviously didn't think much of it, but when he saw a flashlight suddenly shining from the darkness, he was so scared that his heart jumped and his scalp instantly tensed up. "What are you afraid of?" Xia Jinyuan, who was standing in the dark, asked in a low voice. He was quite far away, so his voice sounded weak. His voice, which was much lower than it was during the day, was like the charm of the night. It was so low that it was full of magnetism that made people blush. It was like a lover whispering in his ear, waiting for him to say even sweeter words of love. Chapter 415. He didn't walk out immediately. Instead, he admired her cautiousness and observed her sly, fox-like side. He let the dark night become his natural cover, allowing his eyes to admire everything about her without any scruples. "Captain Xia, why did you really come?" As soon as he spoke, Yi Qian could find him accurately even though he was hiding in the dark. An excellent sniper was able to accurately pinpoint his target while observing his surroundings. Yi Qian was an excellent sniper who had entered the military academy as a special forces soldier. It was a piece of cake for him to find Xia Jinyuan, who was only 2 meters away from him. Xia Jinyuan, who was in a good mood, curved his sexy thin lips. As she got closer, his eyes flashed with a dark light. It was a dangerous light that made people wary, but it was also a light that attracted women. Didn't I say that I would look for you tonight? I will never go back on my words. The corners of his lips curled up as he stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian, who looked a little unnatural. Xia Jinyuan felt like a cheetah waiting to pounce, patiently sharpening his claws as he waited for the beautiful little fox to come over. When Yi Qian heard this, she looked up to ask him how he got into the school compound. Suddenly, a flashlight swept past her head, illuminating Xia Jinyuan's handsome face for about 3 seconds. She saw the faint smile at the corners of his mouth. She saw a man with elegant features staring at her with a dangerous gaze, as if he was staring at his prey. Yi Qian's heart suddenly tightened, and she instinctively took a step back. Even in the dark, this man exuded elegance from head to toe. She saw danger emanating from him. Alarmed, Yi Qian only wanted to escape at this moment. When she took a step back, Xia Jinyuan instantly understood that something had happened when the flashlight flashed. He was very clear about the expression on his face and the light in his eyes. It was the expression of a hunter who wanted the little fox to have nowhere to run. His eyes were filled with the light of a hunter who was determined to catch the little fox. Xia Jinyuan muttered in his heart, "Bad news." He instantly adjusted his expression and said in a low and hoarse voice, "Let's go out tonight. I'll take you to a better place. From now on, you can go out for an hour and a half every night, and then my friend will send you back." Yi Qian, who was already on guard, didn't think too much about it and refused without hesitation. "No, I'm going back to the dormitory to study tonight. I didn't come back last night. My roommates didn't say anything, but they clearly didn't want me to stay out late." The look in his eyes just now was too frightening. It was as if she was his prey, and he was the beast waiting for an opportunity to prey. She really didn't like this feeling. "How about this? I'll go ask Uncle Chun. If he agrees, do you agree as well?" It wasn't easy to close the distance between the two of them. Xia Jinyuan didn't want to ruin his plan because of a flashlight. Fortunately, he had already chatted with Uncle Chun for half an hour before she came. If she asked Uncle Chin's opinion now, she would definitely have to leave with him. Principal Chin's dormitory had a phone installed, so he could contact him anytime. But why did it sound like he was so sure that Uncle Chin would agree? Could it be that he was brought in by Uncle Chun? Yi Qian thought to herself. Since he dared to call Uncle Chun, the place he was taking her to must have something to do with training. As long as it was something related to training, Uncle Chun would agree. Chapter 416. Headmaster Chun, who had been waiting for the call, picked it up and said, "Girl, Captain Xia is here to bring you there. Since our target is a special forces soldier, you have to know how to fly in the sky and run underground. The way back is to run underground. Go. You won't be at a disadvantage." He even told Yi Qian to come back later. "Girl, this is a good opportunity. Go with Captain Xia. It doesn't matter if you come back later. Just give me a call before you come back, and I'll pick you up from the back door." Wasn't the training for motor vehicle soldiers in the army a good opportunity? The training for motor vehicle soldiers is different from ordinary motor vehicle soldiers. This batch of motor vehicle soldiers isn't just motor vehicle soldiers. After they got into the car, Xia Jinyuan briefly mentioned the training to Yi Qian. The regiment commander of Fujian Town is also there. He'll be very happy to see you. Their identity wasn't just motor vehicle soldiers. This batch of motor vehicle soldiers was sent to serve leaders who often had to go abroad or to certain places for secret missions. They were both motor vehicle soldiers and bodyguards. The types of soldiers in the army weren't only known to the general public. What kind of responsibilities these soldiers might have in the dark were not known to the public. Xia Jinyuan didn't go into detail. Based on Yi Qian's understanding of the army, he could more or less guess. It was fine as long as he knew it in his heart. There was no need to say it out loud. Of course, she was happy. The corners of her eyes were raised with a faint smile the entire time. Finally, she wasn't thinking about what happened in the past. Xia Jinyuan, who had been watching from the corner of his eye, heaved a sigh of relief. He had to be more careful next time. He mustn't think that he could do whatever he wanted in the dark. Little Fox was a fox. He couldn't let her see any clues. It was 9:25 when they left the campus. After they got into the car, Xia Jinyuan increased the speed of the car too. a speed that wouldn't allow the traffic police to issue a ticket. After they got on the ring road, they sped out of control for about 30 kilometers out of the city. At 10:20, they arrived at what looked like an abandoned factory from the outside. The southern province was in the midst of development and construction, and there would always be some investment projects that failed. This industrial park was intentionally failed and was enclosed by the government. Until now, it was still in ruins. There was no one within a radius of 40 to 50 miles. Even if there was a commotion inside, no one would be able to hear it from outside. As soon as the car came to a stop, Yiqian turned off the engine and unlocked the car. His gaze was cold and sharp as he looked out of the car window. "Get off." Xia Jinyuan opened the car door first and gestured for Yiqian to get out of the car. The sentries are standing guard outside. This is a military-restricted area. To outsiders, this is an industrial park that failed to invest in. And inside, what you see is another world. A sentry who was hidden in the darkness walked over with a gun in his hand. There was no light, and he relied on night vision goggles to carry out his duty. Xia Jinyuan took out his military officer certificate and the pass he got from Uncle Chun. It was Yi Jian's pass to enter and leave the provincial military area. He passed it to the sentry and said, "Contact Regiment Liu and tell him that Xia Jinyuan is here with Yi Jian. Please pass." It wasn't just one sentry. There were at least 5 sentries nearby, and they were all hidden sentries. The atmosphere was rather cold, and there was a sense of oppression that would make people afraid. However, Yiqian felt very comfortable. She knew that this sense of oppression came from the hidden sentries. They were watching her and were always prepared for battle. After the sentry saluted, he immediately contacted the inside. Soon, he handed the ID in his hand to Xia Jinyuan and saluted again. "Major, please give me the car keys. Thank you for your cooperation." Chapter 417. Outside vehicles were not allowed to enter, even if it was a car driven by Xia Jinyuan himself. It had to be driven to another location by the sentinel. The car keys were given to the sentinel. Yiqian watched as the sentinel started the car and drove off into the darkness without even turning on the headlights. It was as if the car had its own headlights. There wasn't even a jolt as the car disappeared before his eyes. These sentinels also need to be sent to the higher-ups. They are all elite soldiers selected from the army. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yiqian, who was stunned by the sentinel's display of skills, and smiled faintly. "You will be training until the end of the year. If you're not afraid of tiring yourself out, you can come over every night. I will arrange for someone to pick you up." Upon hearing this, Yiqian's eyes lit up. They were as bright as the stars in the sky, shining brightly. "No, I'm not afraid of tiring myself out. The evening self-study session ends at 9 p.m. I will be at the back door at 9:05 p.m. sharp." This was the downside of living in a dormitory. There was no free time at night, so you had to attend evening self-study sessions. Are you that interested? Let's go, little fox. The training is from 10:30 p.m. to 12 p.m. I need to send you back to school before 1:10 p.m. In the dark, Xia Jinyuan naturally held Yi Jian's hand and led her through the dark industrial park that was surrounded by steel bars and scrap iron. Step by step, they walked towards another world that Yi Jian was not familiar with. He had said that he would hold her hand and lead her to a path where they could walk side by side. Then, he would let go of her hand when the time was right, so that she could have her own space to explore her own world. As long as he existed in her heaven and earth. Yiqian's mind was already captivated by the mysterious training that was unknown to the outside world. She didn't even notice that her hand was being held by a pair of steady and strong hands. With him leading her, even if the path ahead was dark, there was no fear. There was only trust. They passed through 2 abandoned factories that were only 5 stories tall. Just as they were about to approach the 3rd building, Yiqian suddenly felt a tremor in the ground. It was as if something was shaking underground. It was quiet outside, and there was no light inside. Apart from the tremors underground, could it be that there was another world underground? That's right, it's just as you thought. She paused slightly, and Xia Jinyuan could guess what she was thinking. All the training will be done underground. Firstly, it won't disturb the public. Secondly, it will avoid being noticed. Most importantly, it will prevent the news from leaking out. Otherwise, why would the country spend so much on the military? In such a great country, if you want the country to prosper and the people to be at peace, you must first have a strong army. Only with a strong army would there be a strong country, and the citizens living in a strong country would be able to stay away from the flames of war and live in peace. Major, a masculine voice came from a corner. Then a light flashed. Yi Qian saw a soldier in a training uniform standing in front of an abandoned staircase, waiting. Xia Jinyuan gently squeezed Yi Qian's palm and said softly, "This is the entrance. Remember, if you have time during the day, you can come here and take a look. The hidden sentries won't appear during the day, so you can come here anytime." Then he smiled and said, "Even homeless people won't come here during the day. There's no village ahead, no shop behind, and no food or drink. No one will come here during the day." It was even more impossible for a young woman to come here alone. If something happened to her, no one would know for a year. Chapter 4:18. That was what the commoners thought, but no one knew that this seemingly dangerous place was actually the safest place. It was a hidden military base. Although the hidden sentries would not easily reveal themselves, they would still appear in civilian clothes and send them away when they discovered any undesirable personnel. Xia Jinyuan did not say exactly how they were sent away, and Yi Qian did not ask. In short, they were not sent away in a polite manner. The soldier who came out to greet them was Lu Tuan's civil servant. He also knew Yi Qian. After saluting Xia Jinyuan, he said to Yi Qian, "Lu Tuan wanted to mention it to you several times, but it was not approved, so Lu Tuan could not say much." He did not say why Yi Qian was here tonight, but it was obvious that he had received orders. He smiled and told Yi Qian a few things that happened in the regiment. "After you left, those troublesome soldiers wanted to know the address of your school, but the political commissar scolded them and told them not to harm young girls." Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan felt that something was not quite right. He smiled faintly and said, "Troublesome soldiers? Why? Are you in charge of dealing with troublesome soldiers?" He asked the civil servant coldly, "Who are these troublesome soldiers?" "They don't have much of background. They didn't finish college, and their families have some money and connections. The adults couldn't control them and sent them to the army to be trained." The civil servant did not notice the coldness in the major general's voice. He continued to smile and said, "After being taught a few lessons by Yi Qian, they all got heat stroke and became obedient after a few days." Yi Qian heard the coldness in his voice and thought that it was because of the troublesome soldiers. He smiled and said, "There are a few self-righteous fellows who are a little educated and have some skills. The political commissar asked me to handle them, so I thought it would be a good opportunity to practice my skills." After teaching them a few lessons, they became obedient. The entrance was right in front of them. Xia Jinyuan, who had been holding her hand all this time, heard this, and his thin lips slowly curved upwards. He was a little jealous here. What about her? Her thoughts were on a completely different channel from his. He was thinking about how to get her contact information from the Thorn Soldier. He was asking for a beating. She, on the other hand, was thinking about using the Thorn Soldier to practice her skills. She didn't think about anything else. In that case, it would seem that he was being too calculative. "Be careful with your feet. Don't step on empty air." When they went downstairs, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile. He naturally raised his arm a little so that she could walk down the stairs steadily. "Go inside. There's no railing outside." There was a staircase that led to the basement. The steel bars and the cement were exposed. Stepping on them would cause dust to rise. Yi Qian wiped the mottled wall with one hand. It was covered in dust. He couldn't help but whisper, "Is there only one entrance? Are all the soldiers going in and out of the same place? I don't think it's possible. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Wen Ji, who was walking in front, laughed. In their eyes, Yi Qian was a little girl. She was very capable, but also a little girl who was curious about everything. "You're in a hurry. You have to go back to school later. This road is only open to you." Yi Qian also laughed. "Then I have to thank Colonel Lu properly. Colonel Lu is waiting for you to thank him. Come this way." As Wen Ji spoke gently, he turned on the searchlight on his helmet. Since they were already on the first floor of the basement, there was no need to worry about the light source from outside. It was still pitch black in front of them. It was as if they had walked into the belly of a giant beast. The towering structure was not even filled with cement. The rusty steel bars swayed in the darkness, leaving behind a gloomy and cold atmosphere. Chapter 419. Yi Qian wasn't afraid at night. When she was chased by Yi Ying's men, she had even crawled through underground gas pipes and sewer pipes. She could still feel the tremors beneath her feet. When Wen Ji pushed open a rusty fire door, just as Xia Jinyuan had said, a whole new world appeared in front of her. The roar of the engine was so loud that it made her blood flow faster. It was so loud that her eyes were drawn to the huge and complicated training ground. She couldn't take her eyes off it. Wen Ji closed the soundproof door again and locked it with a click. She said to Yi Qian, "Lu Tuan is in front. He doesn't have time for now. You and Major Xia can go to the training ground in front. You can come and look for Lu Tuan when you're done." She saluted Xia Jinyuan again before leaving. Yi Qian said, "Thank you." She couldn't wait to look at the training ground. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets were fired from inside the jeep. They weren't real bullets, but blanks. Even so, they were still powerful. The soldiers in the jeep opened fire. No one was allowed to stand within range of the blanks. Used 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Failed. Bullet hit rate. Passed. Even though she was so fast, all she got was a failed. Xia Jinyuan saw that her eyes were fixed on the screen, and the word admiration was written all over her face. He leaned forward slightly, and his thin lips were almost touching her earlobe. He chuckled and said, "You need 2 minutes and 50 seconds to pass." Yi Qian blinked in amazement. He didn't realize that Xia Jinyuan was standing so close to him. He turned around and looked at Xia Jinyuan with eyes as bright as stars. His usually calm voice trembled slightly. "Can I practice with them tonight?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and curved his sexy lips into a half-smile. "Yi Qian, your expectations are unusually high. Would he practice with them tonight? The Autobots here are all elite soldiers. There are elite scouts, elite fighters, and elite soldiers who have been selected by the army. My military experience is no less than 2 years, and my driving training is no less than half a year. Just like that, I train day after day. In the process of training, I get injured at best, and in the worst case, I die. Little fox, do you know what it means for you to take this step?" Although he was speaking with a faint smile, his deep eyes were cold. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian, as though he wanted to see into the depths of her soul. He wanted to imprint every word of his into her soul. Yi Qian gradually calmed down from her excitement after hearing his words. Her racing heartbeat also began to calm down. Looking at his serious expression, Yi Qian took a deep breath and replied, "I know very well. Similarly, I know even more clearly what kind of hard work it takes to become a Special Forces soldier. You will have a brush with death, and you will see the magnificent beauty of life and death. And I need this kind of life. I like this kind of challenging training." Now that she was reborn, she only wanted to seize every opportunity and live to her heart's content. She wanted to enrich herself and feel the beauty of being reborn under the sun again. Chapter 420. She absolutely wouldn't allow Yi Zhifan and his family to just casually move their hands and make her live like a street rat once again. She had to change the situation with her own hands. The serious Yi Qian, the fearless Yi Qian, the hardworking Yi Qian, the sly, smart, and grateful Yi Qian. This was his little fox, a little fox who relied on her own hands to win hope. Xia Jinyuan smiled, his deep gaze fixed on the little fox who relied on her own hard work. Looking at those clear and stubborn eyes, he gently stroked them with his slender fingers. "I really like your determination. It makes me very, very happy." If he wanted to get close to her, he had to know what she liked. His little fox liked challenges, liked the military, and he would personally present all of her likes to her. Of course, what he wanted was not just to make her smile, but his gaze narrowed slightly. When he looked at Yi Qian, it was as if there was a huge beast hibernating in the depths of his eyes. What he wanted was to win the girl's heart. As a 23-year-old, he fell in love with a 16-year-old high school student. At least before he met his little fox, he would never have thought that he would be so patient as to wait for a girl to grow up. There was a dim light in his eyes, faintly discernible, like a halo, which made Yi Qian's heart skip a beat. I won't give up, Captain Xia. The opportunity was right in front of him. How could he give it up? I didn't ask you to give up. Come on, little fox, let's experience what extreme racing is like. Xia Jinyuan, who had retracted his hand, took the lead and walked to the left. Obviously, he was very familiar with this place. I trained here for 3 months and was injured 3 times. The most serious injury was here. Walking in front, he suddenly lifted up his shirt until his smooth waistline was completely exposed. Sexy, perfect, showing off a man's strength. However, Yi Qian could not see his sexiness in his eyes. She only saw a hideous scar on his waist. It was quite wide, and there were fine stitches around it. Yi Qian's pupils contracted slightly. She even held her breath as she looked at the hideous scar that seemed to belong to an Easter dragon. If this injury is a little more serious, it will directly hurt the spine. Not to mention driving. Even walking will be a problem. When he mentioned the dangers of the past, his tone was casual, as if it was nothing worth mentioning. Why did you build such a huge training ground only a few dozen kilometers away from the city instead of deep in the mountains? The reason is very simple. Once there is an accident, you can immediately send it to the hospital for treatment. By choosing it, Yi Qian, you have chosen to dance with death. I gave you a chance to give up, but since you followed me, there is no turning back. There is no choice for you to regret. His shirt was pulled down as he walked. His unique low voice mixed with the sound of the high-speed engine, like the evening drum and morning bell, penetrated Yi Qian's eardrums and went straight to the depths of her heart. Xia Jinyuan's handsome face was cold, and even his eyebrows were stern. When Yi Qian first met him, even a slight movement of his eyebrows was enough to make people feel afraid. Sitting in a modified jeep, Yi Qian lowered her head and fastened her seatbelt. She met his gaze. I never change my mind easily. This is the Yi Qian that Captain Xia knows. Chapter 421. Xia Jinyuan started the car, pulled down the handbrake, and stepped on the gas pedal. Amidst his laughter, the car was like a ferocious beast that had been released from its cage, heading straight into the darkness. The training ground you saw just now are not suitable for a newbie like you. Now, I'll take you to see a suitable training ground for you. Xia Jinyuan smiled amidst the rumbling of the car. His eyes were fixed on the front as he rushed out of the training ground with Yi Qian. He even took out a pistol from the car and gave it to her. Hold this. Shoot when you see a target. On the spectator stand, Lu Tuan was looking at the recorded results. He pointed at the results marked with a red pen and said in a deep voice, "So far, only 12 people have a 100% passing rate. Are these the results you're showing me? Have you calculated how many months there are left before 12 people pass? Do you think that there are still a few more years and a lot of time for you to train? All you talk about is training every day. Where are the results? Where are the results?" The political commissar was looking at another report form beside him. When he heard Lu Tuan's angry rebuke, he knew that he had vented all the anger he had suppressed for the entire night. He closed the file and gestured for the battalion commander who was criticized to leave. "You're always so impatient. There's still time. Look at the results from September to the end of December. Combined with the time, I think they'll definitely pass. You're so angry the moment you come. No wonder sister-in-law doesn't like to come to the base at this time of the day." The political commissar was the only one who dared to provoke the regiment commander when he was angry. He took the report form from Lu Tuan and stuffed it into the hands of the soldiers who were not even out of breath. He smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look. Yi Qian, that little girl really has the guts to come. I just saw Major Xia driving his old Jeep to Basement 1. They were at Basement 3, and Basement 1 was the base level. We'll go later. That girl is very smart and learns everything quickly. I'm afraid she'll have finished her apprenticeship by the end of December. Old Yin, go take a look at the front. We'll strive for a 100% passing rate by the end of October." At the mention of Yi Qian, platoon leader Lu's angry face softened a little. He then mentioned the training. There will be a few leaders from the provincial military region coming over at the end of the month. If we don't get the results, we will be too ashamed to face them. Yi Jian was sitting in the front passenger seat. As the car came to a stop, the entire training ground fell into a dead silence again. The white lights illuminated the potholes on the ground, allowing her to see the black tire marks left on the ground by the friction between the wheels during the intense driving. Her heart was beating with a thump-thump-thump sound, one beat after another, following the rhythm of her breathing. However, her complexion was extremely bright, as if the sky was filled with peach blossoms, gorgeous and boundless. Xia Jinyuan was driving, and she was shooting. At over 300 kilometers per hour, she aimed at the targets that appeared out of nowhere and fired one shot after another. The beast-like jeep only stopped abruptly when the 15 blanks in the pistol were all used up. The sound of gunfire and the screeching of brakes mixed together to form a magnificent melody. It was exciting, nerve-wracking, and made the blood in her body boil. This was Yi Qian's first experience of training other than sniping. Xia Jinyuan looked at her and slowly curved his thin lips. From tomorrow night onwards, you can continue training until December. It's only September now. Little fox, you have enough time to climb to another peak. Special Forces? Little fox, since you want to become a Special Forces soldier, then you should start learning how to run underground from now on, then slowly learn how to fly in the sky. Chapter 422. Yi Qian didn't know about Xia Jinyuan's good intentions, but she knew that he admired her. She returned the gun in her hand, and the beautiful smile on her face faded as her heartbeat gradually calmed down. In an instant, the calm and indifferent Yi Qian appeared in front of her again. I like it very much, Captain Xia. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Opportunities don't depend on others. You have to seize them yourself. Xia Jinyuan took the gun, which was still warm from her body heat. He put his hand on the steering wheel and put the gun back in its original position. The modified Jeep had a special position where the gun was placed. Get out of the car. Let's see how high the hit rate is. The car door opened, and Xia Jinyuan got out of the car first. There was still a hint of coldness in his eyes, and he looked at Yi Qian with a sharp gaze. I haven't seen you for more than a year. Let's see how much you've improved. If you don't improve, you'll fall behind. With Little Fox's ability, there was no such thing as falling behind. The car maintained a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Standing beside the black and white circle, Xia Jinyuan raised his head slightly. His exquisite and handsome side profile was cold under the white light, and Yi Qian couldn't help but take a second look. After he saw the results, his smile spread from his eyebrows to his dark eyes. You fired 2 shots here. Both blanks hit the same spot. Interesting. Yi Qian looked at the results, raised his eyebrows, and asked, How is it? Are you satisfied? Quite satisfied. I'm even surprised. I didn't expect Little Fox to be so good. He lowered his head, and his smiling black eyes were like ripples in the water. They contained a magical power that would make anyone who looked at him throw away all the impatience in their hearts. Surrounded by his gaze, Yi Jian's heart trembled slightly. This man's eyes were too seductive. If she wasn't paying attention, she would be distracted by them. She looked away in panic and said softly with dissatisfaction, What do you mean by Little Fox? You sound so familiar. That one sentence was enough to calm Yi Jian down. After that, she immediately raised her head and looked at the man who was smiling. She said seriously, Captain Xia, I'm not a fox. You don't have to be like this. After all, he was inexperienced and had never interacted with the opposite sex. Even though he had calmed down, his words still sounded immature. He had the instinct to be ruthless, but his words were still immature. These were 2 extremes that shouldn't be combined, but they were both present in Yi Qian. They blended together without any contradiction, creating a dazzling and gorgeous sight. He was like a blooming orchid. The more one looked at him, the more beautiful he was. The more one looked at him, the more one couldn't bear to part with him. Xia Jinyuan was like that. The more he looked, the more he felt that his taste was extraordinary. When he heard what Yi Qian said, he smiled and said, Our focus is not on what you said, but he pointed at the targets that had not been checked yet. Our focus is on these. There's still 13 bullets. Let's go see if the results are as outstanding. He took a step forward with his long legs and walked toward the next target. Yi Jian had no choice but to follow behind him. She felt every bullet that she fired. She didn't need to check to be sure that every bullet was as good as the one she fired. She maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far. She was far away from the mint smell on his body, and she was able to speak calmly. Yi Qian thought that he was calm and collected, but he didn't know that Xia Jinyuan had already seen through him. Chapter 423. If he wanted to get close to Yi Qian, no matter how smart he was, there was nothing he could do. Even though the 16-year-old Yi Qian was older than Major Xia in both lifetimes, he had grown up in a different environment, so he still needed to be sharpened. A sniper trained by a world-class sniper is indeed very skilled. Even in the army, he would be a sharpshooter. After looking at the last target, Xia Jinyuan smiled and sighed. Every shot is like this. Yi Qian, when you go to the army, where do you think the male soldiers will be able to hide their faces? He was telling the truth, not exaggerating at all. If it were him today, he might not be able to shoot as well. 300 miles per hour, the wind, the power, the bullet speed, the trajectory of the target. All of these require precise calculations to shoot. He was very surprised. He could not imagine how she could shoot so accurately. Yi Qian bent down to pick up a bullet and looked at him with a faint smile. Intuition. My intuition has always been good, and it's the same for shooting. With calculations and intuition, I rarely miss. Xia Jinyuan was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "This is talent, and you didn't waste it. You allowed it to be used to its fullest potential. Little fox, you were born to hold a gun. On this path, you will walk faster than anyone else." Talent? Yi Qian lowered his head. His obsidian eyes were as cold as ice. How could it be talent? It was all the training she had received in her previous life that allowed her to have a foothold in this life. Can we go back now? It seems like a long time has passed. It was better to keep the knowledge of her rebirth to herself. It would be too shocking to say it out loud, so she did not even mention it to Grandpa Jin and Uncle Chun. Sensing the change in Yi Qian's expression, Xia Jinyuan immediately stopped talking. She was already resisting, so there was no need to continue. However, did I mention anything sensitive just now? No, he was sure that he did not. Then, why did Little Fox's mood suddenly change? Xia Jinyuan, who was puzzled, did not ask further. He looked at the time and said, "We've been here for 25 minutes. The training is not over yet, so we can watch for about half an hour. Their training will start at 10:30. If you come early, you can find a soldier to teach you." "Yes, I'll have to trouble regiment commander and political commissar then." Yi Qian got into the car and thought of the 7-day holiday. He frowned and said, "It's a pity that we can't come on the 7-day holiday. Our school is organizing military training." The military training was not arranged in the school, and it was impossible for them to come out at night. They would not come for 7 days. It was a pity. The provincial first high school's response is very timely. They've arranged military training for Year 2 and Year 3 so quickly. Xia Jinyuan was naturally aware of the military training arrangements. The proposal to allow students to participate in the military training was actually on the agenda a few years ago, but it was only implemented this year. Seeing that she was not very willing to participate, Xia Jinyuan chuckled and said, "I don't have any holidays here, so I can't accompany you to practice driving. It's not a bad idea to go to military training. It's a good opportunity to destroy Yi Ying's prestige. Who needs him to accompany me?" Yi Qian thought to himself, but he said calmly, "There's nothing to destroy Yi Ying's prestige. She has a heart condition, so she can be exempted from military training with a leave request. I just think that it's not worth it to spend all 7 days on military training." It was not strange for him to know that she was in the same class as Yi Ying. He knew Uncle Chun and Principal Chow, so he just had to ask to know. Chapter 424. I really want to see you destroy her, but unfortunately, I can't accompany you during military training. If I was still in Fujian town, I could apply for it, but now that I'm not, there's no reason for me to apply. Xia Jinyuan, who saw through her thoughts, deliberately brought it up. Yi Qian didn't want to look at the back of his head. His skills had improved, and so had his temper. Xia Yuan didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled until Yi Qian turned his head away. Don't laugh, and don't say anything about accompanying me. He was always teasing her like this. Her heart skipped a beat, but he was calm. Okay, I won't laugh, I won't laugh. I'll listen to whatever you say. A gentle smile, a low voice, and a pair of dark eyes that were as deep as the sea. Yi Jian glanced at him quickly and saw the burning light in his eyes. She sighed in her heart and thought to herself, composure, composure. Don't let this dangerous man ruin my composure. When he drove the car back, he saw the regiment commander and the political commissar standing next to the parking lot. They had their heads down and were talking about something. When they heard the sound of a car, they looked over and saw that Xia Jinyuan's car had returned. Lu Tuan suddenly spoke faster. Old Yin, keep an eye on her later. Little Jian is smart. You have to make her interested first. I can do it. You cast the line, and I'll set the bait. If necessary, we have to disturb Major Xia. Political Commissar Yin also spoke faster. He wanted to end the unfinished discussion before the two of them came over. Old Lu, we have to make the little girl take the initiative to ask where the car soldiers are going. Lu Tuan didn't understand. Seeing the two of them walking closer, he quickly asked, Why do you have to do this? What's so good about it? You can't react? This is called dragging her down. The more you know, the deeper you fall. The little girl is a disciplined person. Once she knows more, she won't run away. She'll choose to face it. Lu Tuan patted his head and pretended to be afraid as he listened to his old partner speak. I'm very lucky that we've always been partners and on the same side. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know if he'd been tricked to death by his old partner. When they were about a meter away, Lu Tuan walked up to her with a smile and asked, What do you think, Miss Jian? Isn't it spectacular? There was a smile on his face, but there was a flicker of fire in his dignified eyes. You have always liked challenging, difficult training. This is not bad, right? Do you like it? Why not give it a try? I think you can do it. Yi Jian did not dare to boast about this kind of thing. She was absolutely confident that she could win a sniping competition or mixed martial arts. But when it came to driving, she had only touched the steering wheel once tonight, even in both her lives. Furthermore, why did she feel that when she came over, the regiment commander and the political commissar seemed to have discovered a treasure? Their eyes were shining. She pursed her lips and said honestly, I've really disappointed you. If it wasn't for Captain Xia, I wouldn't have touched the steering wheel. I can't be like the car soldiers here. They drive like they're walking. They can do whatever they want. This was the good thing about the little girl. She was honest. Lu Tuan laughed. His anger from the whole night seemed to have been extinguished by her. He said gently, I'll give you a month. See if you can master it. As long as she was willing to work hard, she would definitely succeed. Chapter 425. Seeing that Yi Qian seemed to be thinking about it, he added, The military training in your school will be conducted by our soldiers. You don't have to participate in the military training like standing at attention and singing military songs. As long as you can pass, I promise to bring you to a good place. Go to a good place? The National Day military training was indeed child's play for her. When Teacher Tong announced it, she wanted to apply for leave. Unfortunately, it would be recorded in the school records, so she could only give up. Now there was an opportunity to not participate, but Lu Tuan also mentioned his conditions. It would be a lie to say that she was not tempted. The military training was indeed a challenge for her. Lu Tuan's sharp eyes saw that Yi Qian was hesitating, so he added fuel to the fire. And you definitely won't lose out. Regardless of whether you meet my requirements or not, don't you have to come every night? Even if you don't meet my requirements, you won't lose anything. At most, you will participate in the military training for 7 days and let the instructor invite you to be a model soldier for your classmates. Indeed, she wouldn't lose out if she didn't meet the requirements, but if she met the requirements, she would gain. Not only could she compete with the military soldiers, but she also didn't have to participate in the military training. No matter how she looked at it, it was a good thing. Seeing that there was some progress in this matter, Lu Tuan secretly gave a look to the smiling political commissar. Then, political commissar Yin, who was always good at persuading people, stepped forward. As expected of a political commissar who used to be an instructor, he was very focused on persuading people. He smiled and said, "Not much, just 7 days of leave. Once the 7 days are over, you can come back. Also, I promise that it will definitely not affect your military training results from being recorded in the school records. On the contrary, when you apply for the military academy, your political score will be higher." This moved Yi Qian, but Lu Tuan was a tiger who ate people without spitting out the bones. Political Commissar Yin, who was talking to him with a smile, was also a smiling tiger. Yi Qian's gaze fell on Xia Jinyuan, who was silent. He took a step back and gently touched Xia Jinyuan, who seemed to be thinking about something, and said softly, "Captain Xia, do you think I should agree?" For a regiment commander to say that he could bring the little fox out for a trip and even gain political points, this was no small matter. And Little Fox chose to let him be the one to check. Xia Jinyuan, who had gained her trust, gestured for her to calm down. He smiled and asked Lu Tuan, "You have always discussed things with the soldiers. We're not used to you suddenly discussing things with us. How about this, Lu Tuan? Yi Qian doesn't know what you're talking about, nor does she know what level you need her to reach before she can go with you. Why don't you let her see what kind of level she needs to be before she can work for you?" Lu Tuan glanced at Yi Qian, then looked at Xia Jinyuan. His eyes flickered. Then he smiled and said, "Great, there's a chance. Major Xia, can you make a decision for Miss Jian? It's better to let Yi Qian make the decision herself. I'll help her check. It can't be helped. Lu Tuan, you're the Buddha in the unit. No one can escape from your control. Yi Qian is just a little girl. Look, you've only given her a little benefit, a benefit that she hasn't even tasted, and she's already believed you. I'm just helping her check and see what kind of level you want her to be at. Then I can make a rough judgment of what you want her to do." Xia Jinyuan was an expert when it came to beating around the bush with his superiors. He always had the initiative in his hands and would not easily let others lead him away from the topic. Chapter 426. Yi Qian laughed when he heard what he said. He really was a capable major. "No problem. Let's have an appetizer first. Let's show Miss Jian." After Lu Tuan finished speaking, he walked in front of a battalion commander and said a few words to him. The battalion commander nodded and replied with 3 simple words, "Okay, right away." Then Yi Qian saw an inconspicuous car suddenly rush into his line of sight. He didn't know how the car soldiers inside did it, but the car that originally had 4 wheels on the ground suddenly had 2 wheels on the ground. At the same time, rows of bullets rained down from the back of the car. The bullets rained down, and after a few cracking sounds, several targets were directly broken in half. Is it possible to reach such a level? Lu Tuan, who had already walked over, said half-truthfully. His gaze fell on Yi Qian with a hint of anticipation. "If you can, I'll take you to a very good place. How about it? Do you want to give it a try?" Xia Jinyuan's expression was a little serious. What kind of place would require a young girl to go? Moreover, she had to have this level of driving skills. Regiment commander, political commissar, it's difficult to reach this level within a month. Also, it's too risky to let a young girl take such a big risk just to get some political points in the military academy. He was more worried that with this level of driving skills, the place she would go to might be a good place, but at the same time, it would be full of danger. Yi Qian also thought about it, but he didn't reject it immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "Regiment commander, political commissar, may I know which organization these car soldiers will be sent to?" She didn't want to reject it, but she also wanted to know how dangerous it would be. She could only use where they would be sent to determine how dangerous it would be for her to make a decision. After all, the more capable a person was, the more likely they would be sent to a place. Her words made the smiles on Lu Tuan and political commissar Yan's faces fade a little. This girl was honest but also smart. She was thinking of ways to get information out of them. They weren't afraid of her trying to get information out of them, but they were afraid that she wouldn't. The 2 tigers in the army secretly exchanged a look and revealed a meaningful smile. Jian Yiling was smart, but she couldn't resist the seduction of the 2 of them. Xia Jinyuan's expression also changed slightly. He even raised his hand to grab Yi Qian's shoulder and said in a low voice, "Little Fox, you've crossed the line." And As if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly darkened. Regiment commander. He wanted to stop Xia Jinyuan, but to his surprise, Captain Lu acted quickly. He took a step forward and grabbed Xia Jinyuan's wrist. He laughed and said, "Captain Xia, don't touch a girl in front of us." While they were chatting, Political Commissar Yin chuckled and said something completely unrelated to the topic. "Have you watched the movie Bodyguard as on High? It's not bad. You can watch it. It's very educational." He understood everything that he heard. Yi Qian also understood. His expression became serious, and he immediately said, "I'm sorry, Captain Lu, Political Commissar. I said too much." After a slight pause, he said, "I will do my best to become a part of them." Captain Lu, who had deliberately sabotaged the conversation, laughed softly. He whispered to Xia Jinyuan, who wanted to stop him after realizing that he had done so. "It's too late, Major Xia. Political Commissar and I both know Major Xia's ability. We can only make the first move." Chapter 427. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. He sighed and said, "No matter how capable I am, it's hard for me to fight against the traps set by the two leaders. Yi Qian still thinks that he knows too much and can't escape, but he doesn't know that this is all planned out by the two leaders. Lu Tuan, you and the Political Commissar are indeed a pair of tigers who eat people up without spitting out their bones. I'm impressed. You flatter me, you flatter me. Once you do something, you'll naturally get used to it. Why is Major Xia so protective of Yi Qian?" Lu Tuan was in his early 40s and had a daughter who was about the same age as Yi Qian. He took care of Yi Qian like a father would. He patted Xia Jinyuan's shoulder and sighed. "I've heard about Sun Xueqing's situation. Her mother was also a soldier in our team. Although I don't know how powerful martyr Sun Xueqing was, I can tell from Yi Qian's performance that she's inheriting her mother's legacy. Perhaps she's even more outstanding than her mother. Our country's leaders are going abroad for an official visit during National Day. The political situation there is a little sensitive. The military has already considered Miss Jian going as the student representative. Her English is good, and she's good at adapting. More importantly, she can protect herself and the leaders around her." During the meeting, Miss Jian's name was placed at the top of the list. "I can't tell you which leader is going, but I'm sure you know which country he's going to. So, it's not unreasonable for us to consider letting Miss Jian go. The military would know in advance if a leader was going abroad to promote an exchange between two countries." Xia Jinyuan was the same. Lu Tuan's words weren't considered a leak. Yi Qian was so serious that there was no expression on his face. He listened to the Political Commissar's instructions calmly. Since she agreed, everything would be easier to discuss. Political Commissar Yin said gently, "Don't be so nervous. The military already had this idea. There are some who agree and some who disagree. Lu Tuan and I hope you can agree. Not for others, but for myself. I know that you and Lu Tuan are taking care of me, and I will do my best to live up to your expectations. But if you only come here to train at night, I'm worried." Yi Qian's concern was not that he could not learn well, but that he did not have the time. As long as she made the decision, time was not a problem at all. Political Commissar Yin laughed and said, "We will arrange this. Tonight, you can ask Major Xia to send you back first. It's already past 12. Go back and rest early. If there wasn't enough time, the army would naturally come forward to solve it. There was no need for Yi Jian to worry at all. It is indeed a very good opportunity. I also wanted to accept it on your behalf. At that time, I thought too much about it. I didn't expect you to directly step into the pit dug by the two tigers. You can't climb out even if you want to." When they got into the car, Xia Jinyuan joked, "I wanted to give you a hand, but Lu Tuan stopped me." Yi Qian rubbed his brows and smiled bitterly. "Actually, after I asked, I knew that I had crossed the line. I also knew that I had fallen into a trap. But it is indeed an opportunity. At least I can have direct contact with the leader. It can also be considered as a bargaining chip for myself." He had already shown his face in front of the leader and completed the mission given by the military. In the future, no matter how powerful the people behind Yizhifan were, he would have to think twice. Therefore, This was an opportunity that required him to gamble with his life. Chapter 428. Because of Yi Jifan, Xia Jinyuan immediately understood what she was referring to. He frowned and said, "Because of you dash." Yi Qian didn't want to think about this. She stared at the man who was focused on driving and interrupted him. Did it hurt? At that time, it was such a deep and wide scar. Even now, she could feel her back throbbing in pain just by looking at it. It didn't hurt at that time. I fainted. He brushed over the danger in a calm tone. At the red light, Xia Jinyuan stopped the car. He held the steering wheel elegantly with one hand and rested his other hand lazily on the window. When he saw her frown, he chuckled and said, "I really don't remember it now. I don't feel the pain anymore. Why don't I tell you if it hurts the next time you get hurt?" Yi Qian's expression changed, and she spat. "Don't spout nonsense. Tui, tui, tui. A child's words carry no harm. A child's words carry no harm. A child's words carry no harm?" Xia Jinyuan laughed heartily. His deep eyes glowed like a halo, which made Yi Qian's heart pound. She pursed her lips and looked away. She was conflicted, but her gaze was always attracted to him. Like a man of light, no matter how dangerous it was, he wouldn't want someone who had lived in the dark for too long to approach him. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when they reached the back gate of the school. Xia Jinyuan stood under the streetlight and watched Yi Qian walk step by step towards the back gate of the school. He put his hands in his pockets and watched her enter the school. His smiling eyes gradually turned cold. Little Fox knew very well that the person she needed to be wary of was Yi Jifan. Since she knew this, it was the right thing for her to win the chips for him. His heart ached that she had to face someone like Yi Jifan at such a young age. Her life was much harder than her peers. Who was the person behind Yi Jifan? It seemed that he had to find out. The car drove very fast and flew directly to the hotel. Xia Jinyuan's phone had been vibrating several times. He didn't call back until he reached the hotel. "Q King, when do you plan to return to the team after tomorrow's holiday? I'll be waiting for you in the capital." J5, who was wearing short sleeves and shorts, stood on the balcony of the military guest house with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. He teased, "I heard someone talking about that little fox of yours in a meeting today. Not bad. Even the leaders are paying attention to her. She has a bright future." Xia Jinyuan turned on the lights in the room and put his phone on speaker mode. As he took off his shirt, he said lazily, "Of course. This is the little fox that I have my eyes on. I even wanted to fight for her, but unfortunately, I have no place to show my talents." "Are you being cocky?" J5 couldn't stand it. His buddies were all single, and he was the only one who had his eyes on a high school student. "Remember, our future is still in your hands. Don't just focus on your love life. Put our buddies aside." Everyone in the Snowfield Brigade knew that Q King had his eyes on a high school student named Yi Qian. Even Z7, who was a man of few words, said that she was a good girl. She was just a little young and was still in high school. But it was also fortunate that she was young. Otherwise, how could these 26-year-old buddies endure it? They had to let Q King only think about her and not have any physical contact with her. "Tell our buddies to wait. Wait for my revolution to succeed." After walking past the bathroom, Xia Jinyuan turned around. For the first time, he really paid attention to the wound on his lower back. The mirror clearly reflected the wound. It wasn't that bad, but little Fox seemed to be frightened. Chapter 429. After taking a look, he walked out of the bathroom and picked up a pair of short sleeves and shorts that could be used as pajamas. "How many of you have arrived in Beijing tomorrow afternoon?" 5 came, and the other 5 left in advance. September in Beijing was much colder than September in the south. Standing on the balcony and enjoying the night breeze, J5, who had not slept, felt even more sleepy. "There's a layout meeting with Zhang Nanhai tomorrow night. You must come back." Xia Jinyuan, who was about to take a shower, turned on the shower. Amid the sound of running water, he said indifferently, "Okay, see you tomorrow afternoon." "I'm hanging up." "Wait, your little fox appeared in the meeting. Why didn't you ask?" J5 asked before hanging up. "Don't you care?" Hey. Damn, he really hung up. Something was wrong. Why didn't he care? It didn't seem like the style of this wolf. There must be an inside story. There must be an inside story that he didn't know. Wait, just now, he heard the sound of running water. He picked up the phone very late and then heard the sound of running water in the middle of the night. J5's expression suddenly became tense, as if he had discovered something big. Did Q King already put his little fox on the bed? It shouldn't be, but he still felt uneasy. No, he had to find someone to talk to. He couldn't sleep tonight if he didn't. It was the after effects of working as an instructor. If he didn't understand everything, he would lose sleep. G3, who had already fallen asleep, didn't have any other reaction after being woken up. He directly threw J5, who hadn't slept in the middle of the night, into the corridor and closed the door to continue sleeping. Through the door, he heard J5's cold reply. I didn't sleep for 3 nights. I rushed to Beijing today to finish the meeting. If you knock on the door again, I'll throw you directly from the 3rd floor. The next day, J5, who had not slept, was waiting for Xia Jinyuan to arrive in Beijing. At noon in the provincial capital, Yiqian received a call from Xia Jinyuan in the dormitory manager's office. It turned out that he was already at the airport and specially called to inform her. Yiqian breathed a sigh of relief and pursed his lips with a smile. Okay, see you next time. It was better to avoid it. At the very least, before she lost her willpower, she had to avoid it. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting in the departure lounge, seemed to have heard her long exhale. This little girl was probably dying to see him. However, how could he let her do as she wished? His thin lips curled into a faint smile. You're such a two-faced little fox. You don't want to see me again, do you? No, you misunderstood. Yi Jian straightened her back subconsciously and heard his deep voice again. So you wanted to come often too? Okay, I'll come to see you as long as I'm on vacation. Be good and wait for me to come back at school. Yi Jian nodded and said, so you want to come often too? Okay, I'll come to see you whenever I'm on vacation. It was very gentle, like a feather gently brushing against her heart. It was just one sentence, but it was so easy to stir up her emotions, making her feel his ambiguous presence following her like a shadow. Hurry up and go eat. I'm going to check in now. Goodbye, Yi Qian. Believe me, little fox, we'll meet again very soon. This is something that can't be avoided. The plane soared into the sky, and the rumbling sound came from the azure blue sky. Yi Qian, who was on his way to the cafeteria, stood under the shade of a tree and looked at the plane, which was as small as a matchbox, dragging a long white trail behind it. The plane headed north. Is he sitting in it? Yi Ying's voice came from behind him. During the first few days of school, she didn't forget to make friends with both old and new students. Moreover, she didn't care about their grades or their family background. Chapter 430. On the first day of school, she got along well with Jiao Hai. After all, he was the top student at the end of the first year of high school. However, when she found out that Jiao Hai's parents were just ordinary workers, she immediately showed a disdainful expression and no longer had the enthusiasm she had on the first day of school. Now, she knew how to make friends based on social status. Yi Zhifan had indeed taught Yi Ying everything he knew. I can't participate in the military training, so I'll have to look after you guys. Fortunately, I'll prepare water. You guys can come find me if you're thirsty. Yi Ying said with a smile, full of gentleness and generosity. If you guys are tired, I can give you a shoulder massage. One of the girls laughed. No, I'm afraid that someone will hit me. So, did you promise him or not? Yang Hun can play basketball. He's quite handsome, his grades are good, and his family background is good too. What are you hesitating for? When Yi Qian heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that Yi Ying's high school life was the same as her middle school life? Yang Hun. Then she had to be careful. She couldn't let it be another Gao Yang. No, Gao Yang just didn't know how to judge people. Later, he turned over a new leaf. She quickened her pace and soon left her voice far behind until it was no longer tormenting her ears. The sun was high in the sky. After passing through the green shrubs, she arrived at the cafeteria. She heard a lot of discussion about the military training. Some people were very excited, while others were frowning. Everyone had their own opinions about the military training. I don't want to go. I really want to take leave. The sun is so hot. It'll make me tan. Forget it if you don't want to go. I heard that the soldiers in the army will be our instructors. It'll be great if they're handsome. Even if they're tanned, I'll be happy." Two seniors were whispering as they lined up. When they found Xianxia and the others, they were discussing the military training again. Seeing her sit down, Yang Yi, who was in the same dormitory, asked her, "Do you want to go? The entire high school will be participating. I heard that you'll have to sleep on the field. Won't you be fed to mosquitoes every day? It has to be recorded in the student records as a result. Everyone has to go, no exceptions." Yiqian did not object at all. However, he felt that military training was child's play for him. So he said to Xianxia and the others, "It's a chance to train. There's no harm in giving it a try, right? Besides, I think it's quite interesting to spend all 7 days together." And Xianxia, who had been chewing on the ribs without saying a word, sighed heavily and said with a frown, "What's the big deal about military training? My dad wants me to enroll in some military school. Fuck, I've looked it up. How can a mediocre person like me get into a military school? It's better to be a female soldier after graduation. My dad wants me to go to the police academy, and your dad wants you to go to the military academy. Great minds think alike." Zhang Bin, who was passing by with a plate in his hand, laughed. "I think a tomboy like you should enter the military academy. You'll definitely be able to defeat all the male soldiers." And Xianxia was furious. "You said I'm a man? You deserve a beating. Zhangbin makes a lot of sense. I think Uncle is right. You should go to the military academy." Yiqian was happy. After she left Fujian town, she had not contacted her classmates. She did not know what Xianxia's future was, but if she also went to the military academy, it would be a good idea. She was tall, had a good personality, and had good qualities. Her physical fitness could also pass. As long as she could get in, it would be fine. Chapter 431. You think so too? Then I have to think about it. And Xianxia pretended to be angry. She kicked Zhangbin, who was laughing, and sat down. "I have thought about it too. It's difficult. We'll talk about it when the time comes. It's still early anyway." The school's announcement of the military training did make some people want to apply for military school. But it was just a thought. It was not easy to get into a military school. Yiqian and the others were discussing the military training. Teacher Tong was sitting in Principal Chao's office. She smiled and said, "Since it's your arrangement, then there's no problem. Yiqian is quite good at self-learning. I don't have to worry about him. I have no problem with him leaving after school in the afternoon." "Okay, I'll let you know. Also, Yiqian's situation is a bit special. If he asks for leave and the other students ask about it, just say that his family member is sick and he needs to go to the hospital to take care of them." Principal Chao arranged everything carefully so that Teacher Tong would not have any problems with it. He also made sure that Yiqian would not be disliked by the other students because of his special situation. Yiqian knew that he could leave the school with the other day's students after the first class in the afternoon. He knew that the political commissar had arranged everything for him. "Principal Chao told me that you have a big ambition, and he is already preparing for it. I have faith in you. I know that you're a very disciplined student. Work hard. I hope to see good news for you in the year after next." Teacher Tong had told Yi Jin about it in the corridor outside the classroom after class. Looking at the girl in front of her, who was like a pine tree, and knowing that Yi Jin's goal was to apply for the military academy and that she was already preparing for it, Teacher Tong suddenly realized why Yi Jin had such a unique aura. This was the valiant aura of a soldier. She was as proud as a pine tree and as cold as a winter plum. She was definitely not comparable to those students who still wanted to play. Ying was not going to participate. She was going to participate in an English competition on National Day. As for what she said to those high-ranking officials and rich kids, it was just for show. After Teacher Tong found out, she wrote on Yi Ying's file, "Due to health reasons, it is not suitable for her to participate in military training." Not only did they have to learn how to drive, but they also had to learn how to repair cars. On Yi Qian's first day, he was introduced to a pile of car parts. How many parts are there in a car? That was 100 times the size of a sniper rifle. Everything from a screw to a wire had to be recognized. Yi Qian gave her a book, a pile of car parts, some photos, and a car soldier. Under Political Commissar Yan's smiling gaze, Yi Qian began to identify the car parts. Yi Qian was able to calm her mind, and once she calmed down, she would not be distracted even if a bomb went off beside her. If she could recognize the parts, then so be it. She could recognize the guns and ammunition of every country, so it was not difficult for her to recognize the parts of a car. Just as Lu Tuan had said, Yi Qian's speed of improvement scared the car soldiers around her. It was fine on the first day, but on the second day, when the battalion commander came to test her, she was able to identify the parts one by one. She even knew where they were installed. After that, when Yi Qian was teaching driving, the car soldiers were all terrified. Chapter 432. On the third day, the car soldier who was training with her was replaced by another car soldier who was heading to the capital this year. Identity, driver, special assignment, bodyguard. According to the changes in the mission situation, we will use a combination of indoor simulated driving and field driving. Normally, the most we need to use is flying. Watch carefully like this. A car soldier who was about to enter Zongnanhai was teaching Yi Qian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. As he finished speaking, the jeep rushed out with a boom and rose into the air again. She stepped on the accelerator and started the car at high speed. Yi Qian could feel the entire car rise into the air. After passing through the broken section, it landed with a bang. At the same time, the car soldier fired continuously with his gun. The obstacles on the left and right sides were all blown away. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, felt what it was like to see a bunch of bullets fly past her eyes. Exciting. Absolutely exciting. Faint smoke swept past the tip of her nose. She couldn't see the bullets, but she could feel their power. Even if they were empty bullets, there was still some residual power. Whether it was the car soldier's driving movements or the way he fired the gun, the car soldier was so cool that Yi Qian had the word respect written all over her face. She had no choice but to accept it. She had to operate the steering wheel with one hand and look forward with both eyes. At the same time, she had to aim and shoot. She had no choice but to accept it. There was always someone better than her. Yi Qian had always known that the reason why she improved so quickly was because of her 2 lifetimes of experience. As for them, they had relied on their own abilities to get to where they were today. Yi Qian was so focused on training that she almost forgot to eat and sleep, especially from Friday afternoon until Sunday. Even the male soldiers couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw her ferocity. She started from touching the steering wheel to speeding around the circle at over 200 kilometers per hour. Bullets were fired continuously from both the front and back seats. The targets outside the circle fell one by one. The engine roared so fast that it covered the sound of the bullets. Yi Qian, who was driving, had a cold expression. She changed gears and stepped on the accelerator to the max. After coming out of the circle, she rushed directly to the broken bridge. Maintain speed, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1 fly. The instructor's stern voice came through the earpiece, reminding Yi Qian that she was close to the broken bridge and that she was about to complete her first flight across the broken bridge in half a month. Amidst the instructor's stern voice, the Jeep's engine seemed to have reached its limit. The engine roared like a fighter jet. Yi Qian, on the other hand, did not notice that she was about to fly the Jeep over the broken bridge. The car soared into the air and landed on the ground with a loud bang. After changing gears, the car shot off from the bridge like an arrow, leaving the bow, and rushed straight to the finish line. There were already people waiting at the finish line. One of them was holding a timer, while the other was waiting for the car to arrive. The car door was open from the outside. Political Commissar Yin stood outside with a warm smile, clapping his hands. The results will be out in half a month. Girl Jian, we can see your results, and we are very happy. Passing in 3 minutes. You used 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Passing. The soldier keeping time recorded Yi Qian's results in the scorebook. The scorebook recorded all of Yi Qian's training results, from failing to pass, to passing, and then to passing. Chapter 433. Her progress was so fast that even the veterans were full of energy. If they were beaten by a high school student who didn't even know how to drive, even if they entered Zongnanhai, they wouldn't feel good about it. However, some people were born to be worshipped by others. Yi Jian, who had only made one mistake in her previous life, had been reborn. She was like a golden scale in a pond, which would turn into a dragon when it encountered a storm. Yi Qian, whose back was already drenched in sweat, raised her hand to wipe away the sweat that was about to drip into her eyes. She took the scorebook from the soldier and read it carefully. Her face was expressionless, but the corners of her mouth were tightly pursed. Not enough. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. You failed. Little girl, if I remember correctly, tonight is your first time flying over the broken bridge. How can you say you failed with this result? Commissar Yin knew that the girl in front of him, whose eyes were as bright as stars, was strict with herself after every training session, but he didn't know that she was this strict. Commissar Yin, who was afraid that going too far was as bad as not going too far, immediately comforted her. You only touched the car for 12 days. Look, you passed the subject training in 12 days. Girl Jian, it's good to be strict with yourself, but you can't set too high a goal. If your goal is too high, you will not be able to surpass it one day. Sometimes it's not a motivation, but a dispirited feeling. 2 minutes and 46 seconds. Let the instructor say it. If he says you passed, then you passed. Yi Qian saw that the commissar was trying his best to persuade her and was afraid that she would go to the extreme. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her eyes curved like crescent moons. Commissar, don't worry. I know. I think you don't know anything. Take a rest first. If you continue to train like this, I'm afraid of you. Soldiers were too outstanding. As a leader, there was a lot of pressure. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen during the training. Yi Qian saw that he was really worried about her, so she didn't refuse. She obediently followed him to the side to rest. The instructor who taught her jogged over and answered the commissar's questions one by one. You're improving very fast. You have a strong sense of direction. You have a fierce spirit that's not afraid of death. That's why you're practicing very fast. The instructor's evaluation of Yi Qian was based on the fact that she was not afraid of death. She had no fear of death, so she could easily pass through the door of life and death. Even the male soldiers did not have her guts. But political commissar Yin was afraid. He couldn't let anything happen to such a good seedling. He said seriously, remember to put safety first during the training. She is stubborn. You can't be stubborn with her. After reprimanding the instructor, he sternly swept his gaze over the two of them and said in a deep voice, You two better remember this. We have to produce results, but we can't lose our lives. If I lose my life, what's the point of having a pile of results? The instructor was simply being lectured by Yi Qian. After the political commissar left, the instructor from Xiang province laughed and said, You little girl, when you worked hard, even I was motivated to work hard. This time we were all lectured. However, what the political commissar said does make sense. We have to produce results, but no matter how good the results are, if we lose our lives, it will just be a pile of dead results. Yi Qian felt bad for implicating the instructor. He said softly, How about this? In the future, when political commissar and regimental commander Liu are here, we can relax a little. After they leave, we can work harder. What do you think? No way. I'm scared of you, Yi Qian. Even third brother Daredevil would not work as hard as you. The instructor rejected directly. Although he said that Yi Qian was the kind of person who could easily inspire soldiers on the battlefield. When she worked hard, the other male soldiers did not dare to fall behind. When she worked hard, they also worked hard. Everyone's results were on the rise.